What's going on, everybody? I am so sorry. I thought my live was scheduled for 8. The audacity, I didn't even get a notification. I'm sorry, everybody. My bad. How y'all doing? Y'all come on in and hit that like button. I'm up here trying to catch up on emails and messages over there on X. Lord. Yeah, this is all my fault. I'm so sorry, you guys. Oh my goodness, how you all doing? Happy Monday to you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We gotta get in a little bit more than the watch party. We're gonna do the watch party, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Choo Choo. I am so sorry. Somebody came in and said, "Oh, thank you." Yeah, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Okay, cool. I am so sorry. Shout out to all of you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Francisca, what's going on? Y'all hit that like button like she told y'all to do. Oh my goodness, Juju. I am so sorry. Shout out to the mods, you all. What's going on, CC? Nikki B? Y'all good? Jackie? I see you up in here, honey. Mindy? Mama Sage up in here. Oh, you guys are amazing. I am so sorry. I thought this was 8 o'clock. I should have pushed it back. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Thank y'all so much for tuning in and hanging out with me. We got a watch party to do, but first I wanted to get to this information here because I didn't think I would have to do this. I'm just being honest. Y'all know how it is on X. That. But I reached out to this Camilla. I'm a some young lady here. Said I would go over the information in my live stream yesterday. I didn't think I would have to go over all the information on how how investigators gather evidence to be able to confirm someone's physical location. But we're gonna do it because I said I would address it. I did address it, but I guess not in detail. Plus, they thought I was gossiping. I don't have to gossip that. We don't do that. I don't gossip. And she said, I tried to watch the live, but I'm going to keep it 100 with you. That seemed like more of a gossip channel, and there was more discussion about Candace than discussing the facts of the case. It wasn't, my whole live stream was not to be meant to be a discussion about the facts of the case. We're not talking about the facts of the case. If you're talking about him going, Candace talking about he went to the steakhouse, that's not facts of the case. And there has been no evidence admitted into this case at all regarding that because he was not there. That's not a gossip. That's a matter of a fact. The defense attorneys would admit evidence that would be relevant to their case or material. If you were there, then they would have said so. There will be evidence showing that. And that evidence would have been admitted during the preliminary hearing, which is what preliminary hearings are all about. Admitting evidence and testimonials into the case that you plan on presenting during the trial. The only difference with the preliminary hearing and the actual trial itself is now, during the trial, you have a jury. And now the jury that's going to deliberate and give a ruling is going to see the evidence that you admitted during the preliminary hearing. Does that make sense? Hit the 4. I guess because I'm so used to talking to you all and you guys are more familiar with my style and this information, basic stuff that I've Googled in the past. We've looked up federal rules of criminal procedure, federal laws on how evidence is preserved and protected. We've gone over court orders regarding the concealment gag order related to this case last year. Andrea Burkhart has done a great job of, having all of the court documents in her Substack saved there. We've even gone over the standing orders on the quorum of the court. So I didn't think I'd have to keep doing this again, but okay, we're here for it. So to say that Candace said when she represented DQ photo that it was not confirmed but alleged, it doesn't matter what she says. She's not an attorney. That's the thing. She just because she said something is irrelevant. Because if even the defense attorneys are not able to substantiate that he was at a steakhouse 3 hours away, it's irrelevant. It will be objected to. It will not be admitted. They cannot operate on speculation or hearsay. So if you have evidence to prove someone is physically located somewhere, that evidence would be something tangible that can be admitted into this case. Candace's assumptions or allegations of anything is irrelevant. She has no power or sway in this case at all, not even a little bit. That's not about gossip. I don't understand. Like, it's not difficult. If the defense attorneys had evidence sufficiently to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was at that steakhouse, they would have admitted it into the case. As you all can see, they're not going to Candice for a damn thing. What she thinks or feels does not have any reign in the court of law. So that's not gossip. She doesn't matter. They don't care if she's walking the earth. That judge probably wouldn't know her or recognize her if he saw her walking past him. I mean, maybe he did. I don't know. But this stuff, that's not how court works. YouTube is not court. We don't care what Candace says. It's all about what can be proven. So whether she feels a certain way, I'm not here for that. Hell no. I don't care. But I did say I would go over it. Because, people thought that debit card information was not PII when it is. Debit card information is PII. It is PII, personal identifiable information. I mean, I had to Google this stuff and look it up because everybody thought I was playing when I said he should not have this receipt. Why would you need that? The court doesn't need it. Why do you need it? If his defense attorneys don't need it, why do you need it? They're not entertaining conspiracy theories and allegations from random people on YouTube. They don't care. That's not how court works. And people are sitting here like, well, why do you have a preliminary hearing? These same people are asking this. I'm not saying this person in particular because I don't know her. And we was having a discussion. So I'll be fair in saying that we were just having a dialogue in this. So until evidence is presented by either side, anything dealing with the steakhouse will not be admitted because it's not evidence to support it. He was not there. And you can't override the statements made by the owner of the restaurant. Plus, it's called camera footage. Because it is. There's cameras around the actual restaurant. Whether cameras work inside the restaurant would be irrelevant to the fact that the neighboring businesses have cameras set up. Across the street, you have a healthcare organization. Next to the restaurant, you have a hotel. They have cameras installed. On the other side of the restaurant, you have a liquor store. They all have cameras. A liquor store, a healthcare, I don't know if it's a hospital or a clinic. That hotel definitely have cameras. It would have picked up his car parking somewhere with him getting out the same way the camera in the Dairy Queen picked that up. Whether Candace believes the Dairy Queen raw footage or not is irrelevant to the court of law. They don't care if she believes it or not. That's what people need to get over. I'm not here to convince anybody that wants to believe what Candace says. I'm not here to change their minds. I don't do that. So that's me keeping it 100 with Camilla. I'm not here to change your mind if you want to believe what Candace says. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not. My goal is not to sit here and to try to prove her right or wrong. It's irrelevant because the attorneys in the court of law are not even studying what she's saying. So why should I waste energy doing that? I'm not going to do that. Evidence has been admitted. If you don't understand how preliminary hearings work or how evidence is admitted into a case, say that. We'll look it up. You can research and all that, get some understanding. So we're going to share this tab here because, I just Googled it exactly like this. What evidence do you need to gather to prove a suspect was physically located at a restaurant? The things that I've been saying for how long? Months? I'm not going in on Camilla. Like I said, we're having a discussion. I did not know I had to go down to the basics of this. But if you don't understand how gathering evidence and admitting it into a criminal matter works, I will start with just doing a simple Google search like this. Step one, before we even bring up federal rules of criminal procedures, or what does Utah state law say regarding evidence being admitted, before we even get to that more complicated concept, this is the most basic thing you can do. How do you gather evidence to prove someone was physically located at a restaurant? Now, let's keep in mind, Tyler Robinson's own attorneys never ever admitted he went to this steakhouse because he didn't. That's why they're not stunning all this nonsense. But for shits and giggles, we'll do this. And I'm so used to talking to you all about it. Like, I gotta know how to do this. Y'all hit that like button coming in. This is a real thing. But we read up in the Lady Luck Club. What's going on, Susie Q? Oh, thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you for the $10 super. I appreciate that. Oh, you guys, I appreciate you all support. I appreciate it. It warms my heart. It really does. Thank you so much for supporting the LLC up in here. All the Luxons, you guys are fantastic. So what's going on, Jennifer? Did Candice have her show today? No one is talking about it. Who knows? Did y'all see something from Cinema Shogun? He'll typically like summarize everything. So this is because I said that I would go over this, I guess, now in detail. Google search. And hopefully, Camilla, if you're listening, and it's nothing personal. That's not how court works. And I would think that Tyler Robinson's attorneys would present that evidence himself. The strongest piece of evidence, ATP, are the recorded calls with the Cowboys owner stating he would provide the receipt. You can provide whatever you want, but if it does not physically place Tyler Robinson in that restaurant, it is moot. It is moot. It would be objected to. It simply would. You're saying something is speculation, but the accusation of him being at that restaurant is exactly what you're saying it is. Speculation. There's no evidence to substantiate that he was physically there because, see, we cannot, forget about reasonable doubt. So one could say if that card was used at that restaurant, you cannot physically place Tyler Robinson in the restaurant. Then is there a chance that someone else used that card to go to that restaurant? Because that can happen. I've been given, my mom's card to use in the past to go buy some. My dad has given me his debit card, to use to get gas. There are times where you might use your parents or somebody else's credit card to go buy a meal. Does that make sense? So when you talk about something being able to invoke reasonable doubt, that's one of the questions you're going to ask. If you cannot physically place him there, and let's say he had a debit card, a Visa debit card that was used at that restaurant. Now the question is, who used the card? That is what the jury will ask. What you cannot be devoid of in a court of law is logic and common sense. Logic and common sense. Logic. But that logic has to be reasonable. It has to be based on a set of facts or information or evidence that is pertinent to the case. This is not pertinent to the case because he wasn't there. So trying to force the subject into the court is irrelevant. Like all you're doing is bringing up this, speculating on it, and no one is able to present any raw footage to physically place him there or evidence, DNA, anything. We don't even know who these people were that, what's his name? Dennison. He called himself interviewing someone. We have no idea who that person is. And guess what? He can't stay hidden for long because, see, there are cameras in the courtroom. Y'all see, logic and common sense has to be in the court of law. Logic and common sense. So whomever Diligent was interviewing, he never showed his face. We have no idea if this person actually works there. There's no way to vet or verify that. We don't know his name, nothing. We know nothing. You can't just have random people faceless in a video doing an interview. You don't say who they are. We don't see who they are. And then expect people to just go with it because they claim to be an employee. Irrelevant. His so-called interview has so many loopholes. We're simply asking, okay, you claim you were not the server and you had only a couple interactions. You got to be able to go into detail with that. First thing that they would have to do, though, is verify that he's an employee. How do you do that when you don't know a name or a face? The witnesses that go in and testify will not be able to just hide their face. You got cameras in the courtroom. You're going to be recorded on the camera either way. So if that young man thought he would be a credible witness, you got to understand what credibility means and how that's established. That's a Google search. I'm not going to look up definition of credibility. I'm going to let them do that. Camilla, you're going to have to do that with no young girl. But credibility means, okay, whatever questions or evidence or testimony he has, he needs to be able to answer basic questions. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. He can't even describe in details what type of interactions he had. He couldn't remember the day that he alleged that Tyler Robinson walked in there or someone that looks like him, because you got to be assured on that. You can't say, well, I think I saw him. His voice is unforgettable. His voice is irrelevant. We didn't hear him when he shot Charlie Kirk. But what does his voice have to do with anything? Going to that restaurant does not mean he's not guilty of committing a murder 3 hours away at UVU. So why do we need to know that anyone went to that restaurant? That's where the objection will come in to being irrelevant. And you have to understand, these cases are built on a timeline. Does that make sense? Hit the 4. So you establish a timeline of what the suspect did that day. What did not come into that timeline was him going to a steakhouse 3 hours away. So all this distraction and, he can go out and do all the interviews, all he wanted at this restaurant. If you cannot physically place Tyler Robinson there, moot, irrelevant. And the defense attorneys don't even care. So they know he wasn't there. All right, let's get to it. So to prove a suspect was physically located at a restaurant, you need to gather direct, circumstantial, or physical evidence. Because physical evidence is, you gotta physics. You gotta physically place them there. That links them to the location at the relevant time. It cannot be based on some employee that we don't know who he is. Shaky interview where he couldn't even recall the date. And didn't he say that he didn't even, like, when he heard Charlie Kirk was shot, he didn't care or something like that? He said he wasn't even stunned that. I'm gonna pull that up just so y'all can see why I'm sitting here. I'm able to poke holes in this so easily. There it is. Okay. Pause. Can y'all hear it? I can't even see it. Hold on. Okay, can y'all see? Let me know if y'all can see. Sorry about that. Hey, Jim. Hey, Graham. How you doing? Yeah, this is dumb. Yeah. Oh, Web Dents. They have to eat, especially if you're going to drive 3 hours somewhere. He went to Dairy Queen, like, because he was caught on camera. That raw footage that would be admitted as evidence. You understand your cell phones can track you. I guess I have to look that up too. How cell phones can track your location, which is one of the reasons why investigators get cell phone data. Because, your cell phone tells on you. It just damn does. Any electronic device, if you got the ability, like a tablet or something like that, and you using, Wi-Fi, or you have any level of reception, it's going to, thank you, geopositioning. It's going to bounce back coordinates with date and time stamps to track your location. Does that make sense? Hit the phone. Because I've said this before, but I just want to make sure, because, we don't have to gossip about this stuff. It's just stuff we all know. Exactly. You can literally be tracked using cameras and street lights. The first thing investigators would do would be to secure that physical evidence in the form of that raw footage. They would go to neighboring businesses. If the actual restaurant's cameras are out, they would just go next door. Okay, well, we can at least be able to see if he drove in between this time frame and this time frame, because let's not forget, we got to build a timeline. Does that make sense? So if we're saying that between the hours of 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. or 10 p.m., he traveled to this restaurant, ate there, and left. Cameras around the business would be picking that vehicle up that he drove in. That the was it Challenger or something like that? That Challenger would come into view in cameras near the restaurant. Capture him parking, getting out, going in, exiting, and then you corroborate that with witnesses that see him. What you cannot do is just interview some random so-called employee that we don't know who he is, we don't see his face, because he wouldn't be able to stay hidden in court. They wanted cameras in the courtroom, remember? Choose you this day and what you want. You can't say we're going to keep this, and I'm all for people not being doxxed. But showing his face would not have necessarily been doxing him if you're interviewing him in relation to something like this. Because otherwise, the public has no way to vet who the hell you're talking to. And he cannot stay hidden if you were to go to court and testify. He would be on camera, national television. So keeping him secret as a source of some sort is moot. We want transparency in the courtroom, do we not? That means that if you got witnesses coming in to testify, they're going to be on camera. So hiding his face is moot. It's moot. There's no point in doing that. Does that make sense? But geo-positioning is what it is. So between the cell phone data they can get from the cell phone company and raw video footage they can get from neighboring businesses, if that restaurant's cameras are out or inoperable, would be two key pieces of corroborating evidence that should then match witness testimony. Doesn't make sense at the fore. Because you just can't go in there with that flaky ass thing he about to say here in this video. So I want to show you all, because I want y'all to be the jury. Okay? We're going to have some fun. Y'all want to? Let's go to court. Welcome to Judge LLC's courtroom, where we're going to be reviewing this video evidence today. I want to welcome you all as a jury. Thank you all so much for participating in the Judge LLC's courtroom today. Please be seated. Now, if we're going to open up, we're going to start with this video. And I want you all to ask many questions in the chat regarding the many loopholes that you can hear in this interview. First off, I want you to write down who, what, when, where, why, and how. Because this video and this interview should be answering those basic questions. Do we understand? Let the jury hit the floor. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. If you're going to have anybody testify, it has to be specific details. It has to be thorough. And it has to be corroborated by evidence. Are y'all ready? We're going to get to it. Thank y'all, jury, for participating and performing your civic duty. Are all counselors ready? Hit the floor where you can see in here. Let's go.
All right. I'm here interviewing one of the employees that met, who they say it was Tyler Robinson, on the night of September the 10th, around 9 p.m. here at Cowboys Smokehouse in Panguitch, Utah. So how long have you worked at Cowboys?
I've been here about a year and a half now.
A year and a half now?
Yep.
And were you here on the night, were you working on the night of September?
Yeah.
I have a problem with this. Can you all find the first gap space in this? Now, he just said September 10th at 9 p.m. And then when he goes to ask the question, was he not able to recall the date again? That's number one. Number two, do we all know who we're talking to right now? Can anyone see his face? How would one go about verifying that this is a authentic, genuine employee and that he was employed in the night of question and that he actually saw or encountered Tyler Robinson? How would we know that? We don't know who he is. We want transparency in our courtroom. We've got cameras coming up in this murder trial for Tyler Robinson. No witness is going to be able to go in there faceless or headless. You're going to be on camera. So how would we know to even vet the employee? Let's continue.
Yes, I was working here. I remembered him coming in, sitting at the bar. He ordered a steak, a couple beers.
Did he sit at the end of the bar?
Close to the end, second seat in.
All right, y'all finding some loopholes in this. First off, first thing that you're going to have to ask is, can you give a description of the person in question? Who, what, when, where, why, and how? What was he wearing? What did he look like? Height, weight, hair color, eye color. If he was wearing a hat, what color is it? Shoes, build, his gait, walking stance. Did he walk like he had an injury? Y'all see what I'm doing here? You got to be able to describe the suspect. That could be any random person coming in as a dude. He gave no specific details about the suspect. Are we all on one accord? Hit the phone. That is something you want your witnesses to corroborate. You want them to corroborate. What was he wearing? What is his race, nationality? You got to give specifics about the suspect. Jury, are we all on one accord? Do you understand so far? So, aside from us not getting any specific details about this suspect, we still don't know who he is. So, he could just be some innocent person wearing this t-shirt. How do we know that? At the very least, the question you should have asked, Mr. Diligent, can you describe the suspect in detail? What's his height, weight, eye color, hair color, clothing, shoes? Was he wearing socks or not? That way you can determine if the person even acknowledged or recognized the suspect. Could have just been in passing on the way to the bathroom to go pee in the pot.
I wasn't the waiter who was taking his order and everything, but I did have a couple interactions with him just trying to help out. And yeah, I heard his voice and his...
Pause. So you had a couple of interactions, but did you hear these interactions being described in detail? What type of interactions? Was it you went to him and asked him a question? If you did, what did he say? Was it more of, oh, I just bumped your shoulder sort of thing? You weren't his waiter or a server. So what kind of interactions could you have possibly had with him? What events led up to you in interacting with him? Do you all understand? These are questions that any investigator would ask. It's hard to even do a read method on this because we can't see his face. So what type of interactions? Describe in detail. And if it's a couple interactions, are we talking about specifically two? Or was it more than that? Did you just lock eyes and look away? That's the interaction. If you cannot provide specifics, then how credible do you expect this to be?
Unforgettable.
Unforgettable. And were you also the
His voice is unforgettable. So did you? What exactly did he say to you? Do you recall what he said? See, here's the problem, kids. To the jurors, you got to remember this is back on September 10th. It is now July 20th. Just say this was done July 18th or something. Yeah, all right, let's find the date. Let's find the date. This was from, this interview was done, what, 3 or 4 days ago? You're talking about 10 months. Do you expect this person to be able to recall in detail something that happened 10 months ago when he was not the waiter of the server? He did not provide details to even describe the suspect. And he had a couple interactions that he still did not go into detail on. He was not even asked, what did you say to him? What did he say to you? How did he sound when he was speaking? Did he look like he was nervous? Did he look like he was calm? Can you describe his demeanor? Did he smell like he went to Dairy Queen first and then came there and ate moo cow? There's nothing distinguishing about what he's saying regarding these interactions. That could have been an interaction with any other person. That's why you gotta prove beyond reasonable doubt, Jerry.
All right. I'm here interviewing one of the employees that met, who they say it was Tyler Robinson, on the night of September the 10th, around 9 p.m. Here at Cowboys Smokehouse in Panguitch, Utah. So how long?
We got questions coming in from the jury. Just want to acknowledge them. Just trying to help out. What does that mean in its entirety? Was he flirting with him? Oh, what interaction? Scrim says. Oh, Lord have mercy. Was he hitting on him? Exactly. These are the questions that juries will ask. Because logic and common sense, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, cannot be devoid in this courtroom. You must use logic and common sense. I want you all to keep those 5 W's in mind. Who, what, when, where, why, and of course, how. That way you can break down the questions that you should be asking if you're talking about somebody being a suspect or a witness of anything in a murder trial. This would not fly the smell test. It is something else. It's a sight to behold. Jim says, LLC, look, Smokehouse Cafe began in 1993 as a true Texas-style barbecue joint that sold its mesquite smoked meats by the pound and from the counter. Sounds delicious. I wish they had chicken. Objection, you're badgering the witnesses. Lord have mercy. How unforgettable did he have an accent? Yeah, he didn't describe in detail what his voice sounds like. Did he speak with a southern twang? Did it sound like he was from New York? Or from Philly? Maybe it was the Irish and just Scottish and the Irish coming through. Was he Britain? George, come out of the closet. What type of accent did he have? Did he have a deep voice? Was it raspy? Was it sultry, soft? How did he speak? You understand the questions I'm asking here? I hope y'all understand in the jury, those specifics matter. You can say that someone's voice is unforgettable. You should be able to describe in detail how they sound. Do we hear that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? We don't even know if he spoke with an accent.
Have you worked at Cowboys?
I've been here about 1.5 years now.
1.5 years now?
Yep.
And were you here on the night, were you working on the night of September?
Yes, I was working here. I remembered him coming
Good
in,
evening,
sitting
Real.
at the bar. He ordered a steak, a couple beers.
Did you sit at the end of the bar?
Close to the end, second seat in.
He had a couple beers. What type of beer did he drink? How was the steak prepared? Did he use sauce? Did he take his time and eat like he was starving? Or did he, was he scoffing it in like he was starving? Or did he take his time like he was not in a rush? Did he seem very decisive in his order? Did he look like he was there to just waste time, like he had just got through murdering someone on national television? Can you describe his demeanor? You know why he may have sought at the end of the bar? Specific details matter. The more details you provide, the more credible you are. Do we all understand, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? He doesn't even give the day and time. The jury demands to know that. Ketchup on steak is sacrilegious. Oh. They seem like he like a Heineken or a Miller. I mean, you know, maybe he has Seagrams. We don't even know what his accent sounds like. What does an accent sounds like in Utah? And Joshua Carr comes to mind. Maybe does it sound like Joshua Carr? Or does it sound like he's from Florida? Get fired, an imposter. Because once again, we have not even verified if this young man is an employee of the restaurant. And he would not be able to go to court being headless.
I wasn't the waiter who was taking his order and everything, but I did have a couple interactions with him just trying to...
That means you would not have a reason to have interactions with him. But how did that come about? Do you understand why I'm asking these questions? You're not his waiter or a server, young man. So how in the world would you be able to have an opportunity to interact with him? What is your position in this restaurant? Are you a server, a cook, busboy? Do you do just dishes and vacuum? We don't know that because that was not asked.
Help out. And yeah, I heard his voice and it was unforgettable.
Unforgettable. And were you also the one that called it?
That voice, unforgettable. You know whose voice is unforgettable? Frank Sinatra. Elmo. Barney the Dinosaur. The Lady Luck Club. Voices are unforgettable. They shall ring through time for all eternity. You got to describe how it's unforgettable. What makes it so unique? This is why, you know, when you're talking about being credible, you have to be, the devil is in the details. Does that make sense? Details. Details matter. All detail lives matter.
It into Candace?
Yes, I did send in the tip. Everything after.
Who did he contact to send in this tip? Candace is not an investigator. She's an imposter. But she is not an officer of the court. Why do you think that sending it to Candace would make a difference in the court of law? That's not how court works. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he didn't even ask specifically. What did you send as a tip? How was it submitted? You sent an email? Did you do a video? Did you record something and send a drive? Who specifically did you talk to? Why didn't you send it to the prosecutors and the lead investigators in the state of Utah that's handling this case?
After I'd notified my boss, we reached out to the authorities.
What date did you notify your boss? Because it was not the same day. So what date specifically, around what time frame did you notify your boss? When did you even put two and two together? Do you all understand, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? That would be pertinent information. If you waited 10 months to send something to somebody, irrelevant. So not only do we not know who he sent what to, we don't know what day he sent it, how it was sent, time frame, or a point of contact for anything.
He contacted the FBI. They got our contact information.
Who did you speak to with the FBI? And why the FBI as opposed to the lead investigators in this case in the state of Utah. The FBI is not spearheading this investigation. This case is being brought forth by the prosecutors in the state of Utah. The state of Utah is the petitioner in this matter. They're the plaintiff. State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Not U.S. versus Tyler James Robinson. There is a difference. When the FBI bring forth the case, it will not say state of anything, because that can be Google. The state of Utah is handling this case. They have jurisdiction. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you understand what jurisdiction is? If we've got to explain that a little bit, I can Google it right quick. Hit the 4. If you need explanation of jurisdiction, I can do it. If not, many of the Lucksters already know. Then we'll proceed forward.
Information, but we never heard anything from them.
You never heard back from the FBI after you reported it?
Never heard anything. And that's kind of what prompted me to send it in. It just didn't sit right with me.
And how certain
We don't know when that was done, and we don't know who he spoke to at the FBI. How do we know he didn't just give it to Sloppy Joe Kid?
are you that it was Tyler Robinson that you saw?
100%.
100%?
How can you say that when you didn't even describe in detail what he looked like, what he was wearing, any distinguishable features? How did he sound? His voice, his accent? None of that. None of that has been described at all. But yet he stands here and says 100%. You cannot forget that voice. We don't even know what that voice is. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you understand why this would not be credible? Why the defense attorneys for Tyler Robinson, it's not stunned this.
When I had heard his voice, he was just a weird guy, and I wasn't really...
Weird is a very vague description. It's one thing to say, oh, he's just a weird person, versus his demeanor gave off as if he was very, very nervous. He seemed like he was in a hurry. He was rushing the waiter regarding his order. And as soon as he was done, he ran out of the restaurant. Now, do you all see the difference? The detail I just gave versus what he just said. It's weird. Don't find that weird. What does that mean? Said the jury. All of them. Every jury would be looking at this. What is weird? Be specific.
Really paying attention to my phone that day. I'd seen that Charlie had been shot, and I didn't really want to
There's no bar.
give any of my energy to it until I was done with work. And the next morning, I went to my other job, and my coworker was kind of talking to me.
Did he just say he did not want to deal with it?
With work. And phone that day. I'd seen that Charlie had been shot, and I didn't really want to give any of my energy to it until I was done with work.
So you didn't want to give any of your energy to someone being publicly assassinated. How would you know if you're looking at the suspect? Do you not understand that video footage or photos had not been released on the day of? So if you came to that restaurant September 10th, you have no video evidence to corroborate this. How would you know if you're looking at them on the day of? And then you said you didn't want to give any of your energy to that. So if you didn't look at your phone or the television until closing time at 10 p.m., how would you have known if it was Tyler Robinson coming in at 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 p.m. Utah time? We all know Candace doesn't know time zone.
And the next morning, I went to my other job, and my coworker was kind of talking to me about it. He pulled up a picture. He said I looked like I was a little... He
pulled up a picture. When did he do that? Because that means you had no idea you were looking at him on September 10th. and that you would not have recognized him on your own. You just said your coworker showed you a photo. When? Now we have to ask, what was the date that the first photo of Tyler Robinson was released? Do you all understand how this works, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What was the first date the photo of Tyler Robinson was released to the public? Because if you was looking at a photo from your coworker and it was not on the very next day, that didn't happen. Can someone confirm that for me? Any lady and gentlemen of the jury, can you confirm the first day a photo was released of Tyler Robinson? Because he would not have known that. September 11th. Thank you. I appreciate you, JoJo. So he did not even know who he was until his co-worker described it. And yet, he claims that his voice was unforgettable. But he couldn't tell us what he said. We don't even know exactly what he said or what led up to the event of him having any couple of interactions with Tyler James Robinson. Perhaps it happened in a dream and we just weren't all privy to see it.
Shocked by it because I recognized the face, and then later that night, or that day rather, they released a video of him getting his college acceptance letter, and when I heard his voice, it was no doubt in my mind that was him.
And we still don't know what he said to recognize his voice. He has not described the detail of his voice. We have no idea if he spoke with an accent, if it was a low, deep voice or a high-pitched voice. We have no idea. Sometimes trauma, your adrenaline rushing, fight or flight starts to kick in, can cause you to have some variations in your voice and tone. If you panic, got anxiety, all those things affect what you say and how you say it. This man took a life. And you can't say exactly what he said to you to somehow say that his voice was unforgettable. Maybe he was speaking in another language. Who knows? We don't know. He didn't describe it. Continue to ask your questions, because that's what a jury would do.
And do you know what time he left?
It was close to closing, so it was around.
What time do you guys close?
10 o'clock.
And the receipt that I have here, and I have the receipt that was used that night by him, says 9:47 on the checkout time. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right. And I was the one who helped him check out, too.
And you were the one that helped him.
Objection. You said you didn't wait or serve him at all. You only had a couple of interactions. How did you end up checking him out? I'm also objecting to the leading question. It is leading. You're giving him information and then asking him about it, as opposed to him just recalling what he witnessed. That would be objected to in a court of law. He cannot lead. Either the witness recalls these events or they don't. You asking him what time did he leave and then telling him what time he left based on a receipt is leading. When you don't understand how court works, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you shouldn't be sitting here saying that this is somehow real. Leading. This is unbelievable.
Check out. So you're the one that you took the card from him.
Yep.
Okay.
Why didn't this server or waiter take the card from him? You understand why I'm asking that question, ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the Lady Luck Club Court? What led to the server or waiter not being able to do that? If you took his card for payment, you claim his voice is unforgettable. What exactly did he say? What were the words that he spoke to you? Why was that not described in detail? I should not have to tell you what the receipts say for you to give me a time range. What you have to do is let the person answer the question, and then you corroborate it by saying it has to be around the same time based on the receipt that we still don't know is authentic. And if the owner says it's not real, the owner knows what his receipts look like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We can't tell that owner whether the receipt belongs to the suspect. The owner would have to tell us. So now we're still just diving deep into this hole where nothing still makes sense.
And that's just like I told. I took the card. I figured that would be good information for the feds to look into it. And
you don't give that to the feds. It's a case that belongs to the state of Utah. Why would you give it to the feds? Why would you not reach out to the lead investigator over this case in the state? It's a state case. Why is it that they have a hard time comprehending the differences between a federal case and a state case? Why is that so difficult? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have no idea. None.
And they never checked into it, not once.
I don't know if they checked into that.
It would be irrelevant for them to do that. This is not their case. The only thing they could do is send it over to the prosecutor for the state of Utah over this matter. Does it make sense, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Giving something to the FBI and they're not spearheading the investigation would be highly irrelevant.
I know they got that information from my boss.
So they got the information, but you don't know. You never heard back again.
Never heard it.
He would not hear back from the FBI. They would not contact the headless employee. We have no idea who he is. If you sent it anonymous, how do you expect them to contact you? If you sent the info anonymously, how do you expect them to call you back? Anonymous meaning you don't tell them who you are. Is it words that are hard for them to define and understand here? You can't send something anonymous to the FBI and then expect them to call you back. That's not how that works, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You just took a man's card. See, Star is asking. Continue on. He took the info. Who knows what that info pertains? We don't know who he spoke with, but he claimed that it was anonymous. So if you send something anonymous to the feds, they're not calling you back because you're not telling them who you are. Does that make sense, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? We got a headless employee talking about his voice is unforgettable, but he can't tell us what he said or how it sounded. It's not like he was singing around like Frank Sinatra. I love Frank Sinatra. He says he reached out to the FBI, but he can't say who the point of contact is. And then you tell the FBI something that the prosecutors in the state of Utah should be told. It makes no sense. Logic and common sense cannot be divorced in this courtroom or any courtroom on earth. Hit the 4 if that makes sense. We're asking logical, common sense questions in this matter. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. So who do you expect to call them back? Why not send this to the lead investigators in the state of Utah? This goal is just mind-numbing. The stuff that they're doing here.
Anything from them.
The defense, did the prosecution ever reach out to you guys to come testify or anything like that?
Why would they reach out to somebody that was anonymous? We don't know who he is, so the headless employee is supposed to come in to testify to what? You do understand that he would not be the headless employee in court. He would have to give his name for the record. He would have to show proof that he truly was an employee. And he would definitely have to explain why he took the credit card and he was not his waiter or server, and why he failed to be descriptive with regards to the suspect. He couldn't even tell us how tall he is.
Reached out to us at all.
Has the defense hasn't reached out to you?
Nope.
No one's reached out to
They're not going to reach out because this is not relevant to the case. Because you don't have corroborating evidence to physically place Tyler Robinson in this damn restaurant. The headless employee does not have to tell us who he is. But how do you verify and vet his actual testimony? In order to establish credibility, we got to know who the headless employee is.
you whatsoever, even though you saw him
Yeah.
that night?
Yeah, no one's reached out regarding anything to do with Tyler Robinson.
You said yourself that you didn't even want to be bothered with it until you were done with your shift. So, if you didn't want to be bothered with it, why would you expect someone to reach out to the headless employee that wanted to be anonymous? You said you didn't reach out to the prosecutor. You reached out to the FBI. The FBI simply gave that to the prosecutor. Prosecutor determined this is not valid. Irrelevant because there's no physical evidence to corroborate this, whatever this is.
Thank you so much, man. You're a hero.
Definitely.
Don't know how. We don't know who he is. He could be the son of Sam. We don't know who we're speaking to. Let's get over to the information. All right. Yeah, I'm about to throw my voice trying to. Oh my God. Some information for the jury for you all to understand why that interview was ridiculous. Oh my sweet Jesus. Oh my God. Let me change my thumbnail right quick. My avatar. Oh, we got a new photo. Oh, let me change my avatar. Hold up. See, here you go. When you're queen of YouTube, you gotta be proud of it. Oh, that was fun for me. Did y'all have fun? That was fun for me. Oh, if you're not used to me and my antics, understand that I have to prove a point in an epic fashion, okay? So we got this information here because, we got to go over it. That young man would not, we don't even know who he is, so it's not credible. He said something to the FBI. I have to say he didn't want to be bothered with it until he got off work. He had no idea he was looking at the suspect, but could not describe him in detail at all. Couldn't even say what the interactions were or what was said or spoken to hear his voice. Didn't give any description of how he sounded. If he looked like he was in distress or not, none of that. To prove the suspect was there, you would have to have that direct circumstantial or physical evidence that links him to the location at the relevant time. And because we're building a timeline, it is important to have physical evidence that matches with the timeline. The type of evidence depends on whether you can directly see or hear them or must infer their presence. You can't infer his presence when there are cameras everywhere, especially cameras that show him in a Dairy Queen 3 hours away. He cannot be two places at once within the reasonable time frame that it would take to get to that restaurant. So either he was in the Dairy Queen that was within that same 3 hour block or at this restaurant. And there's video footage of him being in the Dairy Queen. You can't just bring up nonsense with no evidence to support it, especially when you can get the evidence to support it. So you start with the eyewitness testimony. He didn't give any details at all as to what he was wearing, what he looked like, how he sounded, none of that. You said you weren't the waiter or the server, but then you say you took his card. What? They will not call you back. They will call the owner back. You're not important. Security camera footage, because it's all over that restaurant, the hospital, the liquor store, the gas station, the hotel, the market right behind it, the cameras and the damn lights. Too many cameras that would pick him up. You got cell phone data that does the geopositioning. That's the first thing investigators go towards because we have all this advancement in technology. Lord, we thank you. and investment in technology now says your phone's going to tell on you. So you have a confession or admission. Tyler Robinson admitted to where he was. He gave the timeline of what he did. And you have the raw video footage from the Dairy Queen to corroborate what he admitted to. He admitted to going to the Dairy Queen. The video footage proves that. The eyewitnesses of the employees at that Dairy Queen would be even more credible because you have the video footage to support it. Then there is circumstantial evidence, fingerprints, palm prints, or footprints. He can't even describe what the boy was wearing. DNA or biological material, that's the hair, skin cells, or other trace evidence from the suspect found on surfaces inside the restaurant. Did they get fingerprints out of this steakhouse? Video footage. No cameras tracking him down there. No geopositioning coordinates from his cell phone. Trace evidence, fibers, soil, or other materials from the suspect's clothing found inside the restaurant. Timestamp records, employee logs. We have no idea who that employee is. Point of sale. We have no idea if this receipt is real. How can we tell if this receipt belongs to Tyler Robinson? This logical, basic question here. I'm just wondering. Oftentimes with PI, you have like the name and the card number. That's PI. So we have no way. Even the owner said he is not. He knows that he was not there, and this cannot be his receipt. If this card was used, though, who was it used by? See, this is why the headless employee's ability to recall this so-called suspect matters. He should have been able to recall what he was wearing, his height, weight, hair color, eye color, his build, if he's slim, if he's fat, if he looks like he's muscular, works out 3 days a week. Did he walk with a limp? Did he walk upright? What was his demeanor? Behavior. Did he look like he was disturbed? Did he look like he didn't give a damn at all? Did he look like he was dirty? Did he smell? Did he look like he needed a bath? Did his shoes look nasty, like he was running around in the grass? That's how you gather the evidence to corroborate whatever this boy said, but he wasn't even specific with that. What led to him having to have a couple interactions with him? Why would he just go and take his card if he's not the waiter or server? These are all the questions that a jury would ask to poke holes in this nonsense. You know, it's so funny how the defense attorneys didn't bring this up because it didn't happen. What the judge does not have time for is stuff like this, getting in the way of them providing real evidence to prove the timeline of Tyler Robinson. And what they cannot do is go to court and demand that this judge let this happen. I dare you. Think you're going to go to this courtroom and tell this judge, you must allow this person to testify and look at this damn receipt. The judge will hold you in contempt and have you locked up. See, this stuff doesn't fly in court. I keep trying to tell people this. Jim, I keep trying to tell people this. This stuff doesn't fly in court. So you still say, oh, well, they should be looking at this stuff. I dare you tell that to the judge's face. Try your luck, because that's going to be hilarious. Look, make sure you're not headless when you go in there. The headless employee, go in there with a suit and tie on. And think you're going to go in that courtroom and tell that judge, you must let me testify. Because I know for 100% of a fact, Tyler Robinson came to that steakhouse. Yeah, go ahead. I double dog dare you. Ed Diligent and all of them. Go to court thinking you want to go in there and dictate that judge letting you testify to this. Go ahead. I dare y'all. Go ahead, Diligent Dennison. I dare you. Go to court and demand that judge lets you testify and show this receipt and video. Yeah. That had to be a entertainment factor. I dare you. That judge is not playing this bullshit. In the real world, here on earth, in this reality, this is irrelevant because he wasn't there. You have no evidence to put him physically in this restaurant. And you're going against the suspect's own admission. Why? His admission is still considered evidence in the court. Why are you going against what the actual suspect admitted to? So you trying to tell Tyler Robinson, no, you did not go to Dairy Queen. You went to the smokehouse because Candace said so. Because that's what we're coming down to. Candace has no sway in that court. She will not walk up in that courtroom and demand that the judge entertains her bullshit. He will lock her ass up. Candace, I dare you go to court and be disruptive. I just, it's time for you to F around and find out for real. Candace, go to court. Go in there and bust in wide open. Throw the doors wide open, girl. Walk in there with you being a pregnant, allegedly. And tell that judge, I demand that you put this boy on stand and take his testimony. This is the headless employee of the smokehouse. And here's the receipt as proof. And here's a video from somebody on X. I demand this court hears it. Go ahead, Candace. I dare you. Please do it. You and Diligent. Oh, Diligent. Go down there with Candace and think you're going to tell that judge how to operate in that courtroom. Why don't y'all do that? Because, they trying to force this nonsense in. So why not just go to court and demand it? Oh. Candace, you want me to call the court ahead of time and tell them you coming? Candace, you want me to call the court ahead of time? I can email the judge, girl. I can email the judge, Candace. I'll email the judge and tell him you on the way. You and Diligent and all these other people, the cult members, they are on the way. I'll make the courthouse security aware as well. And the U.S. Marshals. And the local sheriffs. Yeah, we'll give them all a heads up that you all are going down there to the courthouse and somehow going to force something to happen that you know damn well will not happen on your own. But you're going to force it anyway. My God. Point of sale data. Because, guess what? Visa, because this receipt here, I want y'all to pay attention. This right here. Y'all see this? Visa stores data and information on their server. So if they wanted to get a genuine, authentic receipt that belonged to Tyler James Robinson, the prosecutors have subpoena power. They can subpoena the data from Visa. Hit the 4 if you understand that. Because we don't have to trust this. We don't know what this is. This could be fake. The defense attorneys will not just take some receipt from Diligent Dennison. They will subpoena it from Visa. We need a receipt of this card holder from this date and time from this restaurant. We need to verify if there is a point of sale with that credit card. And then they would use the video evidence to corroborate whether he was there or if it was someone else there. Because, see, when you're talking about reasonable doubt, it is very reasonable and logical to ask, what if someone else used his card at this damn restaurant? Does that make sense? So you have to verify these things with the merchant or with the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner said he was not there. So the only other option to get authentic evidence for the defense attorney would be to notify the merchant. We need to verify if this receipt is real. Soft drinks, $3.25, certain steak. I thought he had 2 beers. God. Let's get back to it. Because we had to do this. Surveillance stamps, timestamps, showing the suspect's activity inside. You can't even get a credible headless witness. He cannot describe who he was talking to at the time. He can't give any factors that was distinguishable. He said his voice is unforgettable, yet he couldn't tell us what the hell he said. Oh. Physical evidence. Objects left behind, food, drink containers, or personal items inside the restaurant that match the suspect's belongings. You know, if he did eat there, they would have been able to, at the very least, okay, get the fingerprints from the utensils. See, the headless employee had no idea the day of who he was. It wasn't until, as he claimed, the next day that another coworker at a different company, he said at his other job, a coworker at his other job, not this restaurant, at his other job, showed him the photo. And then he's like, oh, ding dong, I remember seeing this guy. His voice was unforgettable, but I can't tell you what the hell he told me. Damage or marks, scuff marks, stains, or other physical changes inside the restaurant consistent with the suspect's presence. He runs around the field. Let's say he's wearing the same shoes. Did he bring in any dirt and grass? Just all the questions you should be asking here. Digital evidence, cell phone location data. This is crucial because it is the first step in our advancement in technology here on Earth. Candice, we don't care that you're an alien. We use cell phones here. So investigators will start with that. If they have to subpoena your phone data, they will. They have subpoena power. Candice does not. Cell phone location data, GPS or cell tower triangulation, showing the suspect's phone was in the restaurant's vicinity at the time. Lord, we thank you for advancement in technology, because that's one of the main ways investigators place someone physically at a location. It is corroborated by video surveillance and quite possibly eyewitnesses. But the eyewitness testimony has to be credible, detailed, thorough. Can't be this slop we just heard, because he could have been talking about anybody. And then he's getting leading questions regarding the time that he supposedly think the guy, whoever this dude is, left, because it wasn't Tyler Robinson. He couldn't even give a reasonable time frame as to when he came and left the restaurant. But your cell phone data is undeniable. That's concrete evidence. And they will get it from his phone company. So if he has T-Mobile, they will subpoena T-Mobile to say, we need this data out of this phone and to back up the information on your servers, on your end, to triangulate where he was. That geopositioning is going to give you coordinates, date, and timestamp. Does that make sense? Hit the phone. You also have the ability to pull data out of your car. So these newer model cars and stuff can tell you where it's traveled. So it's kind of similar to the black box you see in airplanes. I don't, what is it called in the car? Is it called a black box in the car? What is it? Anyone knows what it's referred to when it comes to the car? In a plane is a black box. It gives you the data of where the flight is, the airplane has been, the flight path, and all of that. Your cars do the same thing. So they can pull the data from his car from the circuit board that will show where he traveled. It's going to be in coordinates, and it's going to have date and time stamps. It's called a black box as well. Thank you, man. Your cars have black boxes too. So now you're talking about the cell phone and the black box in cars that can give geopositioning data. OnStar. There you go. That's one of the software programs. Thank you, Graham. But it contains data to your vehicle. And it will tell where your vehicle has traveled to through coordinates with date and timestamp. So if they can match up the vehicle's black box data with the cell phones, triangulations, the geopositioning from the location data, and those two match, that evidence will corroborate itself, meaning one piece of evidence supports the other evidence that's being reflected. Does that make sense? So it wouldn't even matter who's eyewitness, whatever this headless employee says. The actual cell phone data and the black box from his car data is admissible evidence in the court. And because that evidence is undeniable, it would trump and override anything this headless employee said, period. If the cell phone data and the black box from his car does not put him at that restaurant between that time frame, he wasn't damn there. Social media or messaging laws. Post your messages indicating the suspect was at the restaurant. Because if you send out something and it tags that post, they can get a date and time stamp for that. Photos you take now, you can actually turn on or turn off the feature on your phone to put coordinates of where you are when you're taking a photo. Did y'all know that? I don't think Candace knows that. She don't know how any of this shit works. See, this is what happens when I get challenged. I have to prove a point in an epic fashion. Now you got to tell people how much knowledge you know now. It's unbelievable. Yeah, Google is for all. Anybody can Google and read this information. I just thank God for the ability to be able to put it together and help it make sense. If you guys aren't able to, follow me, let me know. Follow me and let me know. Let's see here. Juju been listening. How are you holding up? How you doing, Ronna? How you doing? Tina, what's going on? Anyone else getting hit with ass like crazy? Really? I don't know. I don't think I have it on. I don't have ass on here. Y'all hit that like button. What's on, Gazoo? I see you out here. Point out he is lying. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. The defense attorney didn't entertain this because they know they don't have any concrete evidence to support that he was there. So let's get back to it. I said I would go over there. I didn't know I had to go this detailed yesterday, but here we are. We're doing it. This information can be read and researched by anybody. Anybody can research this stuff. I don't pull up information that will be unobtainable. This is a literal Google search. This is exactly what I put in the Google search here. And I also sent it in response to the young lady on X. Like, you can just Google this and it's going to give you the same information and it's going to show you where it's pulling this information from. Justia is a credible website that goes over concepts of law and legal definitions and terms. All of this, basically, you can always, call an investigator, just ask questions. How do you guys gather evidence? You want to prove someone was physically located at a specific place. And an investigator will tell you that. They can all do that. This is what I mean. This is why I'm not here to try to prove anything to candy-ass cult members. Because this reading is fundamental. They can all do this if they wanted to. They can all just reach out to an investigator and just ask questions. Saying, hey, I'm an independent journalist and I want to kind of, understand the method that is used to gather evidence. Because see here, this is what great independent journalists do. We understand how this works. Villager Dennison could have done this before he even went out there and did that interview with that headless employee that is absolutely irrelevant because you can't be, held secret if you're going to go to court and testify, especially where there are cameras in the courtroom. So he's going to be on camera. He's going to have to put his name on the record. So how far do you expect that interview to go? We don't know who he is. We don't know if he truly worked there. It could be a paid ruse. And the jury would have every right to question it that way. Can't tell the jury what they should or should not question when it comes down to a finding of fact, law, and evidence. Court is not for play. Not a time for you to be pretending to be cops and robbers here. This is a real situation. It's a real criminal matter. You can't be playing around with this dumb shit. Defense attorneys are not studying it because he wasn't there. And there's no evidence based on what we've read so far, direct, circumstantial, physical, digital, to put him there. Because that is how that works. And your opinion of it does not trump out the actual facts. That judge will not care. And Candice, we're all just waiting on you to go in there and think you're going to show your power. Because she said she want all the smoke, right? Candice, go get some of that smoke from that judge in the court of law. Hopefully they tackle you gently. You're supposed to be a pregnant. And make this up. So if he were to go there and take photos, whatever, his cell phone data, location data would have tracked him there. Let's say he takes a photo. That photo is also going to provide coordinates for the date and time stamp when you took the photo. Then, of course, you can't forget about the data from the vehicle. Because now you have to assume that he drove his car out there. How did he end up being videoed in a Dairy Queen? Why isn't any of this corroborating evidence lining up for him to be at that steakhouse? He wasn't there. We want to talk about the defense attorney. We had a whole week of what they admitted as evidence into the case. Anything regarding that steakhouse was not admitted because it's not real. Corroborating evidence, because corroborating, that's a word. I encourage all the Candy Ass Cult members to look up the definition of corroborating. It's evidence supporting the other. Multiple independent sources, testimony from different witnesses, or records from different systems, such as the security camera plus the POS data to strengthen the link. That would be the cell phone data plus the black box with the car data. The data you get from the merchant, plus the video cameras surveillance from the neighboring businesses around the restaurant. Any eyewitness should be able to recall what he looked like. What was he wearing? Tell us what he said to you. You say his voice is unforgettable, and you didn't tell us what the hell he said. So how do you know his voice is unforgettable? Did you all have a conversation? How long did the conversation last? What was the context of the conversation? It seems like I'm giving ideas to these wackos to go out here and keep faking up nonsense. Can't make this up. But if you're not detailed in your recollection as an eyewitness, it's not credible. And if there's no corroborating evidence to support what you're saying, it's not credible. Key considerations: chain of custody. All physical evidence must be properly documented and preserved to ensure admissibility. So, for instance, lie detector tests like polygraphs typically are not admissible in court because it brings about too much speculation. So the evidence you have and you gather needs to have some level of corroborating evidence to support it, to make it more valuable to be admitted as evidence in the case. What we witnessed during the preliminary hearing for a whole week, all that evidence the prosecutor admitted, gave the defense attorneys the opportunity to object. And if they objected because, let's say, a piece of a photo is not admissible, they would have to legally justify why it's not. And then the judge gave the ruling on the objection. That's how that works. So if you take a polygraph, the headless employee goes and takes a polygraph, it will not be admitted. So it will be moot. It will be irrelevant. And then it takes us to relevancy and reliability. Evidence must be directly tied to the suspect's presence at the restaurant and meet the rules of admission, evidence for admission. See, because there's rules on this. There's rules on this. And this is what people don't get. You don't read and look things up, and all that getting is some understanding. Amen. If you're not reading and understanding why certain things will not fly in the court of law, you cannot say that headless employees, whatever he said in that video, is admissible evidence. It's not even credible. Sweet Jesus. I want to drop this link in the chat because we do read here in the Lady Luck Club. This is stuff I might not get 5,000 people watching this live stream, but y'all can see I have no problem proving a point. I will prove a point in a minute. Because I do understand how this shit works. I do. I pat myself on the back of that. I bless God for that ability to be able to read and understand this from a legal perspective. This right here would determine whether or not the headless employee would even be called in as a witness. This is based on the law and court rules. We have court rules in place, federal rules of criminal procedure that outlines how evidence is admitted into a case, the admissibility of that evidence in criminal cases. The headless employee is not even credible. He would never be able to testify to what we just heard. It has so many plot holes that are just, he didn't close the loop on anything. And he had no corroborating evidence. That receipt is not corroborated with anything that physically places Tyler Robinson in that restaurant. It does not hold up. Hence why the defense attorney didn't admit that bullshit. Yeah, go figure. They trying to tell attorneys who went to law school how to do their job. You can't make this stuff up. This is when did Candace override a whole attorney that went to law school? Candace, you moron. You don't want to put this BS out here. Candace put this shit out here. So I say unto you, young lady, what's her name? Camilla. I say unto you, Candace didn't go to law school. I don't care what she said. I don't care what she said. She can't override the actual evidence needed to admit whatever that boy said in that video and this receipt into the case. There's a reason why we have court rules. Prosecutors and defendants in criminal proceedings may present evidence in support of their cases. The defense did not present this because he wasn't there. The state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecutors would have admitted the evidence. The defense is not even studying. They're not asking about this. Each side should have the opportunity to review the other side evidence before trial, which is why you have the preliminary hearing, and object to the introduction of certain evidence before or during trial. So if the prosecutor were to admit something like this, where is it? Child? Let me go back. Hold on. Oh, Camilla, bless your heart. You're watching me. How you doing, honey? How you doing? I shouldn't even have to go over this. Oh, Camilla. Oh, bless your heart, dear heart. Camilla, won't you come into the chat? I don't need to use AI to research. Are you reading a book? There are law books. Are you going to read a book? Start with federal rules of criminal procedure. There are law books. You going to read the law book for the state of Utah? Says AI somehow is so horrible. You know, you just can't make this up. And yet you trust that video that was put up. You understand that X, this social media platform, is AI. You use Grok, don't you? That's AI. So you're using electronics and social media platforms that are all electronically based, but you can't use AI to do a Google search. I implore you to read a law book. There we go. Technology includes AI, does it not? Artificial intelligence. Either way. Because they don't want to use AI or Google searches or anything. Okay, we'll start with the law book. Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure is something you can print out. It isn't a bar, it is a book. It's also a book. She asking me all these questions. You asking me these questions when he didn't go there. Well, that prosecutor's gonna be like, oh man, these people are something else. Lord, please allow 12 jurors to get on that jury that still understand how to read and use logic and common sense. I can't tell you why the defense didn't contact Cowboys, because they didn't have to. Oh my God. Who's the burden? Y'all listen. Okay, let me show you how it's done. To all the Luxers, who has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in the court of law? Whose burden is that? Whose burden is it? Come on, Luxers, y'all can do it. Because I know y'all know. Answer in the chat so Camila can see why I didn't have to go over this yesterday, because we all know how this works. Thank you, Jim. Can we get more? Everybody put in the chat. Whose burden is it to prove beyond a reasonable doubt? The prosecution. Prosecution. You see, Camilla, I didn't have to do this yesterday because my people know how this goes. We read here, girl. Prosecution. The state. Prosecution. Come on, fill it up. Fill it up. So that Camilla can understand that Luxus, we already knew this. The prosecution is presenting the case to the court. The defense will object to it. If there was some irrelevancy, or if it's moot, or if it's invalid or fraudulent, or does not support where he actually was, they would have objected to it. You know why the prosecutor did not admit this as evidence? Because there's no evidence to prove he was there. It is the prosecutor's job to do that. Basic law. That's what I'm saying. She can read a book. You don't have to use the internet. You use the internet for X and social media, but you won't use the internet to research legal concepts and definitions. This is unbelievable. So you can read a law book. Camilla, you mean to tell me you still carry around a thesaurus or an almanac or something? You have an almanac? Maybe you stick to hard books. I don't know. But why are you using AI for X? You shouldn't be on the internet at all, Camilla. Bless your heart, girl. Bless your heart. I did not have to do this. That's what because my people know this. Candace is the one that don't know this. She the only one putting out there that he went to this dumbass restaurant. You didn't go. The prosecutors would have presented this. They would have had to gather the evidence to support it, corroborating evidence. They would have to be the ones to do the interrogations. And then the defense would object to it. Your Honor, this is objection. This is moot. He was not there. Oh, girl. I say I'm Epic County. I am epic. Let's go back to the other one. Because Camilla, take this L, girl. Take this L. Or you can read a book and let me know what you come across. All right, whatever. You're going to take this L, though. Let's go back to diligent, right? This would be a good way for him to understand how to ask questions. Because, I mean, going in and disrupting this man's business and doing all this stuff with someone that would never, ever be able to remain anonymous if he were to go to court and testify to anything. I mean, you got to understand how this works in court. So here's the thing. This video right here, whatever he did, they would have to find out who did it, who you're talking to, and then confirm that he's an employee. So him being a headless employee would not last long for him. And then because he provided no specific details or anything, the credibility of this so-called video and this interview, whatever he was doing, would not be admissible. And then it would be the prosecutor's job to Get the evidence to corroborate whatever he's saying here. He can't even say what was said to him to make his voice unforgettable, let alone put him in that physical location. And when you have other evidence that would be admissible to rule out him being there, they're not going to sit here and cater to candidates. It's not for them to cater to candidates. They don't owe her anything. What does the evidence show? That receipt means nothing. They would actually get the receipt or a transaction from the merchant or from the bank with a subpoena. Because see, what happens is when you do stuff like this, we don't know if he made this up, and we have every right to question the validity and authenticity of this interview and this receipt. That is exactly what the jury will do as well. And if there's no corroborating evidence to support any of these things, this would be inadmissible. Period. Because you can't physically put him there by just showing a point of sale. It could have been someone else using the card. That's reasonable doubt. That is based on logic. Does that make sense? Logic and common sense. So this information here helps you to understand what the roles of the prosecutor and defendants are when it comes to criminal proceedings and the evidence to support the case. The state has the burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, while the defendant may present evidence to challenge the state's case. The defense attorney did not even present this at all to challenge the prosecutor's evidence of that timeline and where Tyler Robinson went after he shot Charlie Kirk. How does this strengthen the actual charge of murder? Because he went here went to Dairy Queen after he murdered Charlie Kirk. Let's say he went here. Because the candy ass is going to lose their minds. No, Lady Luck, you got to say what we want you to say. Oh, okay. If he did go here, it was still after he shot Charlie Kirk. Unless he went out here to hide a weapon, him going to this place is moot. Sorry to bust your bubble. No, I'm not. Each side would have the opportunity to review the other side evidence before trial and objection to the intro of certain evidence before or during the trial. In criminal cases, defendants may move the court to exclude evidence that the state obtained in violation of their constitutional rights. The federal rules of evidence govern the admission of evidence in the federal court system. Each state has its own evidence rules, which are often similar to federal rules. So, to Camilla, you can start with the book of law for the state of Utah. They have law books still. You can read a book. I encourage you to do that. Get the law book for the state of Utah regarding the admissibility of evidence in criminal matters. That should be a fun read for you. You can do that like while you're taking the bath and drinking mimosa and Seagrams or whatever else you drink to relax your mind, and so you can learn something. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, candidiasis causes a loss of brain cells. Term evidence broadly refers to materials relating to the subject matter of a legal proceeding. Witness testimony, written statements, audio or video recordings, photographs, physical objects, such as clothing or a weapon allegedly used to commit an offense. Digital evidence, because see here, Camilla, digital evidence. Oh, I'm gonna snip this. Camilla, you watching? You say you don't like AI? So funny how prosecutors use it. Prosecutors use digital evidence. Go figure. Who knew? Digital evidence. That's all that AI you don't like. Oh God, did I tell y'all I'm epic? oh, Camilla, I love you. You don't use AI? Hold on. Yeah, y'all, we having fun. Camilla don't like using AI, but the prosecutors do. Oh, you don't like AI? Man, it's such a shame. Such a pity. Oh, Prosecutors. Prosecutors, yeah. For digital evidence. She thought I was playing. Oh, girl. This is fun for me. Camilla, bless your heart. I'm so glad you tuning in, girl. Are you watching still, Camilla? How you doing? Shout out to you. Oh man, I should have warned you on the clapbacks. It's epic. Oh, she's watching. Hi, Camilla. Hi, girl. How you doing, girl? How you doing? How's it going? Oh, bless your heart. So, prosecutors, anybody in the legal field, they actually use digital evidence, including both data and the media storing the data. So this receipt that was generated, it came out of electronic device. It came out of a device that stores data. Did you know that? No? Okay. Scientific findings, such as blood test results, demonstrative evidence, such as displays, charts, and models used to educate the judge or jury about a complicated issue. All of this stuff you guys can find. They have all case law and everything. If you don't want to pull up the AI version of this, online, there's actual law books with case law. You can get court documents. It's a lot of paper to waste, but okay, whatever floats your boat, girl. You got hearsay, Fifth Amendment right to silence, exclusionary rules. Yeah, this all helps you understand why certain evidence gets admitted and certain evidence does not. Are we all clear on that? Did I drop the link? I want to make sure I drop the link to this article. But you're more than welcome to read the law book, Camilla. That should be fun for you. More than welcome. Bless your heart. So back over here to this, because all of this still sums up what's being pulled from all of these credible sources online or law books, because you can read law books. The context. Combine evidence types to build a logical, consistent narrative that supports the claim. So the car data, the phone data, video surveillance footage, any physical evidence, biological evidence, all of those things matter. You can't just rely on circumstantial or just an eyewitness. That's not sufficient when you're proving beyond a reasonable doubt. And when you read the law book on rules of criminal procedure, you'll understand why. Does that make sense, y'all? We're having fun. This is fun. Camilla, you can keep paying attention. We're about to have a watch party, girl. This is not to make anybody feel stupid. It's just funny to me. Camilla, won't you come into the chat, girl? We got to hide. Y'all say hello to Camilla. How you doing, honey? Hope you had a great day. Can't make this up. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get to it. That's the end of that. I just, so far, I don't want to bombard her. Oh, bless her heart. I don't want to bombard her. Thank you so much for posting me up, Carol. I appreciate it. Oh, look at this. Texas Shorty. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. They tell me to listen to the interview, and I listened to it, and I broke that up in half. We broke that bad boy up in half. All the questions we invoked, we played jury and judge, everything here. Had a whole skit going and everything. Camilla, you missing out on the fun, girl. Hit that like button while you watch it, girl. Y'all ready? Let's go. Want an Erika Kirk? That's what we here for this. Thank y'all so much. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. This is on. Let me put the video link in the chat. Hi, Camilla. Oh, bless you, honey. Oh man, y'all keep it cool with Camilla. She's all right. It's all right. Well, you know, you understand how this works, Camilla. I'll tell you a secret. You listening? One of my godmothers is a retired federal magistrate judge. Okay, so me learning and understanding the law is something that was instilled in me since I was 16 years old. Does that make sense? I did not go to law school. I don't want to, but I know how to read. And then for whatever questions or complex, concepts regarding the law I don't understand, I can call my mother. Okay? She's a retired federal magistrate judge, not attorney, judge. 25 years she sat on the bench. Lord, we thank you. So with her influence and teachings and the information, I can read and research. That's why I have this understanding. And I can show people where to go to look up this information. You can't say you're not going to use AI and you're sitting on social media that's powered by AI. You can't make this up. You understand the hypocrisy in that? I don't mind teaching you something. I don't mind doing it at all. All right. You can comment in my chat, girl. We're not gonna beat you up, honey. We're not gonna do that. And shout out to you for listening in. Y'all, so this is Erika Kirk's full speech at CLS. I've never seen this CLS. What is that? Can y'all give me a breakdown? This is an event at Turning Point. Let's get to it. Y'all want to see it? Let's go hit the 4 when you can see it in here. Amen to that. You also file a lawsuit because we serve a God of justice. Are to obey the laws of the land. Defamation is not protected free speech. It's that simple. When people break the law, they have to suffer consequences. Just like with Tyler James Robinson murdering someone, broke the law. He took a man's life. He's going to jail. That's where he is. You go out and defame someone, you will be held legally liable. You will be sued. Laws should apply across the board. Sue her. They'll learn the easy way the hard way. We're not here to prove anything to a candy ass cult member. We're not here to do that. If they refuse to just read simple concepts and definitions on their own, what can we do? I can pull up all the information in the world. If they sit here, the excuse is not, it's powered by AI. So is X. So is all your electronics, the internet. You're on the internet, powered by AI. You're on X.com, Camilla, powered by AI. So you're saying you can't learn the law because it was researched online? Go read a law book. You can't make this up. Then you can go read the law book, but you're certainly not going to win that conversation because he was not there at the restaurant. Prosecutors did not admit it as evidence. The defense attorneys did not admit that as evidence because he wasn't there. They don't have time for Candace's shenanigans because they don't care what she says. She's not an investigator, officer of the court, or attorney or anything. She has no sway in this case. None. We're not going to some alternate reality, girl. We're not doing that. While you are hypocritical to using social media powered by AI on internet reception powered by AI, but somehow, if I do a Google search of admissibility of evidence in the court of law, oh no, it's powered by AI. I can't take that. This is just a stupid excuse. You know it. No sound. Oh my dear Lord, what is the deal? Hold on. No sound. I can't hear. Oh no. What is the dealio? I see y'all. Okay. Oh no. Let me drop it. We're gonna have to reconnect. Hold on a second. Lord have mercy. All right. Tell me if y'all can hear anything now.
A few pastors get up on Fox and other places to talk about it. It's fine.
Yeah, here.
Do you wait 2 years and then do the book tour?
Yes, no.
Sure, I guess. Is it really that relevant? It'll always be relevant, but is it still
Can you
on
hear?
that commitment schedule that your husband had? So you do the book tour. You go to AmFest.
Thank you. Okay.
You go to college campuses. You talk to the students. You pop into the chapter meetings. Throughout this whole time, I have had so many people ask, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing his book tour? Let me tell you something. First and foremost, when you have commitments, especially those that your loved one has made, you follow through on them. And it doesn't matter how hard it is.
It is awesome.
Doesn't matter how tough life is. You gave your word.
Amen.
And between my husband and I, our word is our bond. And so when it did come to his last book, could have been about finance. I know nothing about finance. But it wasn't. It was about God. It was about his faith. And it was about something that was so intricate to our family dynamic. So what do? Do you let someone else do the book tour? Sure, they could. You could have a pastor do it. We had a few pastors get up on Fox and other places to talk about it. It's fine. Do you wait 2 years and then do the book tour? Sure, I guess. Is it really that relevant? It'll always be relevant, but is it still on that commitment schedule that your husband had? So you do the book tour. You go to AmFest. You go to college campuses. You talk to the students. You pop into the chapter meetings. You do the hard thing. You do the right thing. And that's what my husband did every single day. Every day. And that's what you guys do every day. You all flew here from across the country. I can take a plane too to be here after I've been through hell this past week. No, it's not easy. It's not easy. Life is not easy. Charlie would say, and those in our inner circle knew this. Some of you know this too. How many of you have gone through hell these past 10 months? Raise your hand. Yep. How many of you had your life change in a negative way in the past 10 months? Raise your hand. Yep, same. You're in good company. But what did Charlie say? He would say, life has suffering, and it does, and it sucks. But you choose the people that you have along the side while you're going through that suffering. You choose those people. And all of you in this room are those people who I am so proud to have in my army as I go through this battle against Satan. So, when's a good time to give up, right? Never. So you have the internet coming after you. You have them slandering your name. You have them saying all this trash about you. And what do? You wake up that next morning. You put on the armor of God and you keep going. That's what you do. And not only that, you don't just do it for yourself. You do it for your future. You do it for your kids, and you do it for your family, because people are watching you and they would love to see you fall. They would love to see the world break you. They would love it. So when I was sitting with you guys before coming on stage, there was some of you for high school that I sat with, some of you for college that I sat with. And you guys had a lot of great questions. Some of them I'll talk about, but you had great questions. And again, you don't give up today. You don't give up tomorrow. We are on enemy-occupied territory, and the devil would love nothing more than to be in the middle of your head, to dictate your fear, to dictate whether or not you continue forward having a chapter, to dictate if you're scared. When you have someone you love no longer with you, you look at this world way differently, way differently. My focus and my fixation is heaven forward. I do not care what this world tries to do to me to break me, because it won't. Every single day that I wake up, I make sure that the Holy Spirit has room within me, less of me, more of it, so that God can use me. So that God can use me in ways that he needs to. My husband stood on stage, and a lot of you know this. He stood on stage at AmFest and he surrendered without you guys knowing, but I knew because I was his wife. He stood on that stage and he surrendered and he said, "Here I am, Lord, use me." And my God, did he. And what's so interesting about all of this is you have people who understand marriage, and then you have people who don't. You have people who are in happy marriages, and you have people who aren't. And you can tell it very clearly, whether it's them on the internet, whether it's them in front of your face. Let me tell you something about marriage. When you find the one that God has made for you, whether that's your husband or your wife, you will be so in lockstep with one another that there is no daylight or separation between you guys. You guys are building together as one. Some people think that Ephesians 5 it's probably one of the top 10 most confused passages in the Bible. Marriage is a beautiful covenant between a man and a woman. And it is something that and I pray none of you have to experience this. But when your spouse goes to heaven, you have made that covenant on the altar with the Lord that if something happened to them, God steps in and fills that void. And he fills it in a way that you cannot ever explain it to someone with words from this world. But when you think about marriage, and women, I want you to understand this. Submission is not a dirty word when you have married a man of God who understands his role as a husband. It is not. And so why?
Candace, when are you gonna let George, when are you gonna tell Candace to make you a sandwich? Come out the closet, George. Candace, you gonna tell us how he got that black eye? So much for that submission, huh? She tried to make it seem as if I follow my husband lead when it came to her going to Arizona. Any other time, she could give a rat's ass if he exists. George, you ever told Candace to shut up about her? She's about to cost you millions of dollars. This is why she's being sued. George, when you gonna actually act like you're head of that household? Because obviously you don't understand it. If Erika Kirk sues, I hope she names you George Farmer. Because you failed to tell Candace to stop attacking somebody and accusing them of a crime. Accusing them of being a part of a cover-up is still accusing them of a crime, no matter how you put it. And I don't care if the Candace cult members don't like this. If you're too stupid to actually read laws on that there is no getting through to you. Whether you read it on AI or in a book. Laws are laws. And you can't take that BS to the court of law. Camilla, you cannot take your tantrum to court. You can't tell the judge, I don't care about laws because you're using AI to look them up. You mean the internet? Ma'am, it's the internet. We have advancement in technology, and yet you're on social media using the internet. You understand how AI works?
Why am I here? Why am I here?
That is on no submission.
My husband built this movement. He built this machine, and I watched him do it. And I stood by his side through every sleepless night, through every moment of concern, through every phone call, through every high, through every low, the things he could control and the things he couldn't. I was there.
Hey, conversation.
I was his vault. I was his confidant. I was his. And what's so special about that, and you'll realize this, if you think about it, marriage, when done properly, when not rushed, and when you find the right person, it's not painful. It's not hindering. Women, you let your husband do what God has called him to do, and you support him because you are the guardian of the home. Men, you love your wife like Christ loves the church. And you... And when you see and you have that covenant, you have to think of it, thinking of like a worldly way to explain it, but to me, think of it as a cathedral. Let's say you're in Paris and you see the most beautiful cathedral with these stained glass windows. The cathedral is your husband, strong on the outside, looking at it, it's beautiful, it's strong, holds the weight of the entire cathedral. But those stained glass windows are the wife. And if you remove the frame of the cathedral, those stained glass windows shatter, they're useless. And if you have the cathedral without the stained glass windows, what is it? Just an empty thing of concrete. Sure, it still serves its purpose, but it's not complete. So it goes hand in hand. One is not a weaker vessel than the other, and you build together. And so again, I have seen my husband build this, and he has entrusted it to all of us. My daughter will be in Club America in 10 years. And something I loved was that when Charlie built this, the most important thing about this organization is our students. It's all of you. And let me tell you why. Sure, we put on great events. We do. But my children are going to be looking at every single one of you as they grow up, because you are an extension of my husband. You will never replace him. He's irreplaceable. But you're an extension of him to them. And you will be able to show them how to chart the path. Some of you asked, how do I be courageous on campus? You show up every day. That's step one. Charlie would say it doesn't take talent to be courageous. I agree with that. But it takes consistency, and it's a muscle. You show up and you fight. Metaphorically, but hear me out. This past week, I have seen something I'm still trying to unpack and put into words. And someone asked me, do you still want to go to the Chapter Leadership Summit? And I sat there and I thought, I already knew my answer, but I just thought about it. I like to internalize things, sometimes too much. And I thought to myself, you know, if you don't fight for what's right, I would much rather our country look like this room than the inside of that courtroom. So that means having hard conversations. That means when you're tabling, if your table keeps getting destroyed, become a roving table yourself and go talk to people. Go sit with people at lunch you don't normally sit with. Be creative with the ways that you are a chapter leader, because you are a leader, you are not a follower. So you have a heavier weight and burden on your shoulders, but I swear every morning when you wake up, if you need that courage, you say to yourself out loud, God, do not give me any less of a burden on my shoulders, just give me stronger shoulders. And I swear every time you pray that prayer, your shoulders will be set back even further and you will have a heavy load, but you will be able to stand and you will be able to walk in ways that people can only describe it as the Holy Spirit. I want you guys to take the time as you go into this fall semester and be creative. All of you are brilliant in your own way, and all of you bring a different piece to the puzzle of Turning Point USA. And I want you to think outside of the four walls of your school and outside of the four walls of your chapter member group and outside of the meeting that you have. We, again, put on great events. We put on big events. All of that is very important, but you cannot forget the grassroots movement that this organization was founded on. And so when you guys go out and talk to people and you have chapter meetings and you're saying, hey, it's spring, summertime, people are checking out. People will always check out. Control what you can control, and that is yourself. And that is also being able to control and make environments for people that create memories, that have that grassroots impact. Go do something in the community. Go make a difference. There are so many other organizations out there, whether that's soup kitchens or you know them better than I do in your community and you know the need. Go fulfill it. Find something or someone that you can help serve and use your chapter to make that community area that you have better than how you found it. And you'll be able to do that. And I just want to encourage you as you go into the semester. I know that some of you do know this, but some of you do not, because some of you might be new and post 9/10. This organization is not.
Can I just point out how eloquent she's speaking right now? Candice, have you mastered the word accolades or bureau or rhetoric? It's so nice to hear someone speak and they can actually pronounce the English language. Announce terms that have at least more than 3 syllables. Oh my good Lord. Candice, this is what you're jealous of. You're jealous of her anointing on her life. You know, God got to be watching out for her because he still allows her to wake up, despite all the dumb death threats and kidnapping threats. He's protecting her and keeping her safe. It is so nice to hear a young lady speak with this much conviction and courage and strength, and they can actually pronounce words correctly. Lord, we thank you. Hit the 4 if it feels good. It feels good to hear someone competent. Candice, this is why you will never make the cut. You're an idiot. Who lies about having 2 degrees? Where are those degrees at? Man, it's so nice to hear someone just speak plain English and make sense and being encouraging in the same time. Oh my good Lord. Y'all know if we were listening to Candace, we would have lost 6 brain cells by now. Can't make this up.
Not a flash in the pan. We are not 2 years old. We are 14 years old. 14 years.
Thank you. She doesn't leave me.
My husband had a vision for this organization that he entrusted into me, and I know that very well. We will never be able to replace my husband, and that will never be the intention. He is one of one and a true legend among legends. But
let me speak to that right quick. So here's the thing. God created us all to be unique and different. Did he not? Why would any mere mortal that claims to be a Christian think that we are to copy or emulate another mere mortal? Candace can't be like Christ at all to save her life because she can't even quote one scripture. She doesn't read the Bible. She will melt upon contact with the Bible and water. Evelyn. But this right here, I mean, this is the strength that God wants you to display. Right here. All that she's having to endure. She's still here doing what she needs to do. And it's ridiculous how people are sitting here saying, I don't like her because someone else said it. Not because they can come up with some actual legitimate reasoning on their own. They're treating her like she's done something personally wrong to them. And she doesn't know half of these dumb cult members that roam the earth. They've allowed Candace's obsession of her to overcloud their own judgment. You tell them to read a law book, they sit here talking about AI, although they're using AI to be on social media, because make sense? This makes no sense. Let me go back a little bit. The Bible says, write the vision, make it plain. Yeah, more scriptures Candace and her cult members can't quote.
my husband had a vision for this organization that he entrusted into me, and I know that very well. We will never be able to replace my husband, and that will never be the intention. He is one of one and a true legend among legends. But what he did leave us was the blueprint.
And that's the thing. None of these people ever said they're trying to be like Charlie Kirk. Because now you're mocking. It's like a mockery to God. Like he didn't do a great job in creating you to be unique and to be yourself. That's why I'm me 24/7. And I do have my shortcomings and my downfalls. We all sin. I make lots of mistakes. But it's in your repentance to God that he sees your heart. Y'all knows I'm trying my best not to cuss as much. Lord knows I am. Because I know in my mind, I don't have to use cuss words to get my point across. Sometimes it just helps to get the frustration out, but it's not an excuse. Understanding your shortcomings and understand where you've fallen short and understanding your weakness is what God wants to see. And then the humility in asking for forgiveness. Everybody has their own unique characteristics and traits and everything that God has created in us. Why would you want to be like someone else? These cult members, man, they're ridiculous. You're jealous of Candace. Candace is facing 2 lawsuits. Who is jealous of that? Who would be envious of that? Because your jealousy and envy means that you want to be like that person. You think that this person has something going that you want to happen for you or in your life. Why are you ushering in this so-called, she might have multiple millions of dollars, but look what's happening. She's about to lose a lot of it. What is there to be jealous and envious of? When you're confident in yourself and who you are, and you're confident in Christ and what Christ has called you to be, what he has created you to do and called you to do in life, the impact you should have, your level of conviction. When you're confident in all of that, you have self-esteem, and you know whose you are, you don't need to be like anybody else. You can proudly be yourself. Even the Bible says that we ought to stand out and stand apart from the world. We should want to be different and unique. I don't need to blend in with everybody else. There's nothing wrong with standing out in a crowd, especially when you're standing out and representing Jesus Christ. If that's where your faith lies, you should not be ashamed to actually show people that this is what I believe. Let me tell you about the God I serve. Whatever your calling is on your life, your purpose in life, God can help you understand that. But it will not come if you think that you're supposed to be emulating anyone else. True Christians don't need to do that. No one needs to be a copycat of Charlie Kirk. And they never said or did anything to even give away that perception. It's absolutely stupid to hear people try to say that you're trying to be like him. No, she can never be like him. First of all, she's a grown woman. Secondly, she was his wife. Third, she's the mother of his kids. Fourth, she was somebody before she got married to Charlie Kirk. It's like a slap in the face to God. It's like you telling God, you didn't do a great job. I'm not accepting of who I am. Let me be like this other person over here. God will sit you down, Candace. You got it coming.
Friend. He left us the blueprint to follow. And so for those of you who do know about Turning Point, this will be a reminder for those of you who don't. We are a big tent, not that big, but big. And we are able to have a lot of programs within our organization that many don't. One of our programs could be a nonprofit in itself. There is so much more to us than just our chapters, but our chapters are one of the top most important portions of the organization.
Hey, Alita.
So all of you do know about NFP, our field program, and all of that. And when I walked into the room, and I've shared this with some of you, when I walked into the room when we were starting to get back on our feet after everything that happened in 9/10, our team was talking about the things that we're going to be building as we move forward through the pain. And here's the difference, is that there are people out there where pain and grief will break you. But all of you in this room are very similar to me. The DNA is very similar. You turn your grief into purpose, because anyone can sit in a corner and cry. Anyone can just say, poor me, why this? Anyone can say that. But it's what you do with that pain and that grief that is the most important thing that will outlive you. And so as we were sitting in that conference room and we were going through the commitments Charlie had and the vision that we had, we left room for God to do what he does best and write in some new things that we didn't even have planned. And when I walked into that room, I didn't go, Andrew Cipher, who are you? I knew him. I knew him very well and his family. I didn't look at our COO, Justin, and was like, all right, I need to step back and we need to reassess these processes. Don't do that event. I don't even know what this is. Don't do it. No, I said, you all know what you need to be doing. Full steam ahead. You have your marching orders, and we are going to get through this, and we are going to make Charlie so damn proud.
You're welcome, Ronna.
So for those of you who do know and don't know, let this be a reminder of what we do. I want to give you a brief overview. We have the field program that you all are a part of. We are doing some amazing new things. Within our grief, we pulled off one of the most incredible halftime shows this country has ever seen. We've expanded our TPUSA Faith Church network to 12,000 churches. 12,000. We've launched a new program, even aside from the new program we had of Make Heaven Crowded that's been touring around this country.
Oh, Todd Smith, do you have to boo-boo? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Hey, but the cult members, y'all, they coming. They loathe Erika Kirk so much to where, even though she doesn't pay their bills or anything, they just have to show that they loathe her. Bless its heart. If you got to go to bathroom, okay? Maybe he meant to say, I poo-poo my pants.
It's been amazing, by the way. We've also launched within TPUSA Faith a program that is a little bit more covert, being able to go into the darkest portions spiritually within our country covertly, spread the gospel in those neighborhoods for those people who need to hear the gospel, and do it in a way where you don't need the branding, you don't need the credit, but you're doing God's work, and you are mixing and shaking up that culture in a way they would have never expected. But that's good. Go where you can have the conversation. That's what Charlie would do, no matter how uncomfortable. Even if you only agree on 5%, that's better than 0. So if you have a chance, find the churches in your area that are a part of the TPUSA Faith Network, because those pastors and those congregants can come to your chapter, can lead Bible study, can pour into the young men. It's special. We have a huge network. For those of you who are graduating high school, we have something called Prep Year. Prep Year is great. Prep Year falls under Turning Point Education. Again, these micro programs and programs could be organizations in themselves. Prep Year, we had our first one this year, and I was blessed to be able to speak to those students and to engage with them. They're incredible. The thing that's so special about Prep Year is that it embodies my husband in a way where he took a large gap year. Let's just say that. He took a 13-year gap year, and that's resulted in all of you being here. But what's so great about Prep Year, and I could see even college seniors graduate going there. If you want to go to get your master's or anything further and you kind of just want a miniature break, it's 9 months and you get poured into by industry leaders, thought leaders, people from the admin, all different types of individuals come and talk to you, and it's amazing. It's a phenomenal program. It gives you a second to just take a beat. So when you are done, you either A, know what you're actually going to study when you get to college, or B, you don't go to college because you were able to connect with a mentor or an individual who is hiring in the field that you wanted to be in. It gives you that beat, which I think is very important, and also gives you a reflective period of being able to pray to God to see, is this a path that you have for me? Is this your will? And it just gives you that minute. And those individuals that are a part of Prep Year, we have one in Texas. We're opening up our second one in Chicago. Again, building. We're not stopping. The noise of the internet is the noise of the internet. But you know what we do? We don't stay in our basement. We get out and fight, and we build. Something also new that we have under our program RISE, which is our minority outreach program, is called Communities. Post 9/10, as you can imagine, and as you have felt, and as some of you are a result of, we have had a massive influx of individuals saying, I have no idea how to help, but I want to help, and I'm not in high school and I'm not in college. You have to understand that when Charlie built Turning Point USA, he did it with the mindset and the vision of having Turning Point USA be something that will be able to have you holistically a part of the organization your entire life. So for Turning Point Education, we have something for the little ones from 0 to whatever number. And then we have high school, and then we have college. We always have TPO Stay Faith. But Communities is something where in your community, it's almost like a community chapter. Again, another new program that we've implemented. The best thing about a community chapter is that the high school and college chapters can also be a part of it. But what's interesting is within Communities, you have 4 different programs. You have RISE, again, the minority outreach. You have Young Professionals, which is important. You have Heroes, which is our veterans, our first responders. And then you have families. So it encompasses all of that. What's so special is that when you graduate or when you leave, you can still always be a part of the Turning Point USA family. Whether you're a part of our programs, whether we hire you, whether we help you get a job with the admin or whatever else. Touching on the admin before I go to something else, real quick. I know it's not easy. I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we fought so hard to get this admin in office. And Charlie would often say, regardless of how you feel of the person at the top of the ticket, you are voting for the rest of the ticket. You're voting for the rest of the admin and the rest of the cabinet. So I say that because, God willing, if we win in 28, great. That's a blessing. But if we don't, we have 2 years left. That's it. Politics will be slightly boring, boring once POTUS is out. There will be a whole new set of circumstances that come in. But while we have it, no matter how messy it might be, we have it. So please try to take advantage of that and look at opportunities more so than obstacles. Because it will always be tough out there. It will always be a fight. Nothing's ever perfect. Great. That's life. But as you go through life and you're saying nothing's perfect, blah, 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 I hope that you find these conferences and these events a place for you to come to realize how good we actually have it. I will say one more thing before we get into something of a program that I'm really excited about to share with you that's very, very new and close to my heart. First and foremost, for those of you who have been asking me about having more I'll just do more overarching. What is the vision for Turning Point USA? Aside from the elephant in the room about my husband, our mission is the same, especially when it comes to traditional American values and what we stand for. But more so now than ever, I want to make sure that you guys are well equipped to be able to debate and have conversations on campus. There will be some of you who are going to be amazing to have you sit underneath that tent in the quad and take on every single question in a very respectful manner and to be able to change people's minds and to impact their hearts. There will be some of you in this room, and you guys will be the ones that are speaking to your own generation. That is way more important than throwing some man on campus that has no connection to you guys. You want to hear from your peers. I know that. I see that, and I see the need for it. I want you guys to know that we have resources at our disposal to help you to do that, to get you equipped to be on campus to do those things. If there are speakers that you know of that you want to hear from, please tell us. Not everyone is meant to be under the tent. There are some people that are great for being able to just go to a chapter meeting. Everyone serves their role and purpose in all of this. So I want you guys to know that debate, dialogue, civil discourse, those are going to continue more than ever among all of the other things that we have going on. The ethos of this organization will always remain the same, always. And what my husband built, we will not step away from, we will not distort, we will not try to rewrite. If it's not broken, you don't go and try and fix it, ever. So that's why even at AmFest, you'll see some new speakers. You'll also see something in real time that I think is really important. To Cypher's point, we are not a think tank. We never will be. There's plenty of those. Anyone can write white papers and publish them. Great. What I want AmFest to be is filled with debate, right on right, left on right, to be able to go to AmFest and say, what is this movement? And come out with an answer. To be able to in real time see the white paper, go through the Turning Point USA machine and come out at the end, and for you guys to be able to make your educated decision on where you stand on issues and not have to regurgitate talking points that you hear from people from their podcasts that are too afraid to have those debates because they don't actually know what they believe. They just regurgitate the points that they think sound good so that their audience stays strong. So AmFest will be fun. If you think of a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving dinner, put that on steroids. It'll be interesting, a little spicy. That's good though. That's good because it challenges your normal thinking. But this next program that's new, again, all of this stuff that I've mentioned is all new from 9/10. So when people ask you, what is Turning Point even doing? A lot. And we have not stopped. This new initiative, if you want to call it that, has been something that Charlie and I have talked about for years. I asked him many times when it would happen. He would always say soon. He would always say soon. And now more than ever, I know that it's something that we need. Because all of you young men in here, I need you to be strong. I need you to be the hands and the feet in a way that inspires other generations of young men to wake up, to get off video games, to get off to pour into your community, to pour into your family, and to be the man that God has created you to be. And so this next program has been something that I am making sure honors my husband and provides all of you a way to be well equipped to be that man in your own community and your sphere of influence. So I'm proud to announce that this fall and this summer, we will be having our Men's Leadership Summit.
Very nice.
You're welcome.
Well done. Oh man, can y'all imagine? I hope they have a class where you know teaching these young men not to become simps of the dumbest people on earth. You got whole grown men simping for Candace. Boy, I hope that just let the word come up, Erika Kirk. Do not become a simp 101, especially if it's to a cult leader who's a narcissist. It cannot pronounce the word bureau. Do not simp. Stay away from all those raggedy ass dudes that claim to be a real man, but they go around sitting here repeating Candace's talking points because reading is not fundamental for them. And they certainly don't care about AI, even though they use AI to do anything else. Oh, well done.
Go ahead and put the graphic up. So let me tell you about this.
Woo!
Trust me, we went through a lot of it. I was like, no, I don't like that. No, I don't like that. Perfect. I'm very big on design. It's a thing. So hear me out.
Ooh, that is this. Oh, man. Oh, that's such a good t-shirt. Boy, if they can get a good design going for a t-shirt, this is so awesome. I'm trying not to cuss. This is epic. It's like the Lion of Judah. Oh, with the golden eyes. Woo! Invictus. Oh my goodness. When is the next women's thing? Maybe I'll do a fundraiser or something. Go to the next women's conference or something. In any event, I would love to go out there and report for real. I sure would. If I had the extra money to go out and travel to TPUSA to an event, to be able to kind of get boots on the ground. I've never been to a TPUSA event. So if I could, I would go. I would go. As a matter of fact, I'm going to find out the next time she's going to be in my home state. Because I sure would go. That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Will not be young men, all of you, sitting in chairs with the fire sparklers and the EDM music. That's not this, okay? Young men are not meant to sit in chairs for 10 hours hearing from people pour into them. That's not how this is going to work. This is very different from our other programs, and this is intentional because I have a son, and it's creating this with him and Charlie in mind. Let me explain this to you. When you come to this event,
me too.
You will be, it's very exclusive.
I love it.
Very intentional. We are not releasing a speaker list. You will know who the speakers are, but we're not making it public. And that's intentional.
I'm telling you this right now. I really, 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 really hope it's not Tucker Carlson. Keep that clown crackhead Mickey Mouse far, far away from you, your kids, everyone else that you love and care for. Him and Brandon Tatum. Both of them can kick rocks. Michael knows the same thing. Look at all these people that sat here and tore her down. That PBD podcast, y'all remember that? The vampire eating the cereal. Keep them clowns away from you. You do not owe them a spot on the speaker list at all. Not even a little bit. This is the thing. They should have been kicked out the barbecue a long time ago. And I ask this not to sit and mock, but I do ask, when is the conservative party or the conservative platform are going to kick these people out and disown them? Crackhead Mickey Mouse, Megyn Kelly, Brandon Tatum, that Lionel Hart, like all these people that claim to be, conservatives. What are you all going to kick their behinds out? No, they're not conservatives. We claim no part of these people in any sense of the word. Perhaps conservatives to them is a whole nother different platform, but it's not ours. No, we're not claiming you clowns. You get conservatives start pushing back on that and kick them out the barbecue. They would definitely lose a lot of support, views, and any and everything they're doing this for. It's like they're hanging on to TPUSA to take advantage of it. Brandon Tatum ought to be ashamed of himself. One of these days I'm going to call her. If you don't kick rocks, you can't explain to Erika Kirk why you refuse to put Candace in check in a video. You coward. And you never call. You never talk to her. You never do anything. And yet you keep speaking on this, knowing that you keep continuously claiming that she's your friend. Candace, I love you. You my friend. Why? How? But you can't provide any correction or rebuke. Got it. Why let that clown speak at any event with TPUSA? Tell him, no, you ain't coming up here. You're not going to insult me, my intelligence, or all my supporters. We got kids all over the country a part of this organization. You're not going to sit here and play in our face. It's that simple. Erika Kirk, if you need me to tell it, I will.
Because there are certain people who want to pour into you in various industries who you would be shocked and surprised to have pour into you. And it gives them the opportunity to do that and still fly under the radar. Because like Charlie would say, there are certain people that are meant to be fighters, and there are certain people that are meant to support the fighters. And sometimes those people are behind the scenes, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, everyone serves their purpose. But with Invictus, what we're trying to make sure that you guys have is the opportunity to be able to let that shield down. You guys will be going to a retreat center. When I say that, I mean you will be in the outdoors. You will be in California.
Man.
So again, you'll be poured into in the morning, afternoon, evening, briefly, not super heavy. But then you guys can go out and you guys can do archery. You guys can go swim. You guys can canoe. Whatever you want. It's a huge problem.
Oh my God, when is the next women's conference? Y'all think she would notice if we wore some maroon shirts and black ball caps or something? Now, forget maroon. Green shirts. Candice, I want you to think I'm weird. Green shirts and some hats. You think they'll be able to point us out? I want to go. Y'all hear that? Archery? A pool? What? Aside from sleeping outdoors in cabins or whatever. The rest I can do. Ladies, y'all think they would recognize us and kick us out? I hope we have all this for the women's conference. When is the women's conference?
Pretty. So you guys will have access to that. College men, October. High school men, summer. Again, it's going to be an incredible time. I want you guys to roll the video so that they can see
oh my God.
what we're aiming at here for intentionality.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Liberty is not man's idea. It is God's idea. We are in a spiritual war, everybody, that is beyond just the material that we are seeing. Young boys and young men are looking for something to connect to that gives them purpose, that says it's okay to be a man. We believe in strong, alpha, godly, high T, high achieving, confident, well-armed, and disruptive men are the hope, not the problem in America. And at Turning Point USA, not only do we celebrate masculinity, we believe that masculinity is the answer to so many of our problems in this country. The stakes are high. We have only begun to fight.
Awesome. Did y'all see the dudes in the crowd wearing those freedom t-shirts?
And at Turning Point USA, not only do we celebrate masculinity, we believe that masculinity is the answer to so many of our problems in this country.
Look at that. I'm surprised they didn't spontaneously combust. Candice, you said these shirts were highly dangerous, right? Somehow, you know, they can't hold heat or something like that. She said this was polyester. 100% polyester, Candice. This don't look like polyester at all. According to you, these shirts shouldn't even be holding up. Talk about they look so expensive. Never mind the fact Charlie Kirk was throwing them out for free. And if they're good quality cotton and they're like $25 or something like that, so what? Your shirt serves $60-some for no reason. And then you're mocking Christianity. Make America Candace again. With the cross sign. Funny how these people out here wearing them same shirts Charlie Kirk was wearing.
The stakes are high. We have only begun to fight.
Oh,
Again, we build in pain and grief. And that's what we'll continue to do. And so for those of you who want to come in October, please make sure you sign up. You'll figure out how. The logistics someone else can handle, but you'll figure out how. But in closing,
oh my God, when is the limit?
I just want to encourage you how important your choices are.
There you go, Karma.
People will say, how do you do it? The only answer I will ever have is by the grace of God. That's just it. But more so than that, when I was your age, I made sure that the choices that I was making, it's almost like a muscle, if you will. The more you use it, the more you can rely upon it when you're making those choices. I don't know if you guys are athletes. I played basketball in high school and college. And what you learn and what I love about sports is the discipline. Lazy people attract lazy people. Driven and motivated people attract driven and motivated people. So every day you have a choice. just like that man that was in the courtroom who murdered my husband. So every choice that you make, I've said this before, leaves a mark on your soul. So when you wake up in the morning, after you just had your table flipped, the chapter leader from Belmont told me the most horrifying thing that people do in front of her table. When that happens to you, you have a choice. Do you wake up the next day and go table again? You do. You do. You also have the choice of making sure that every possible chance you have, you reflect the gospel. And so when you're on campus, people will watch your actions way more than your words. So whatever's happening, before you even set up your table, just ask God to put the armor of God around you and to protect everything in your sphere. Put a hedge of protection around yourself, your brain. Don't put the pressure on yourself to carry a revival. You are a seed planter. Everyone serves a purpose, but when they come up to your table, plant the seed. Be warm and engaging. If you don't want to say big gov sucks, that's fine. Say, I love small government. There's different ways of making things sound optimistic. And that's what I want people to understand about Turning Point USA. What you are a part of is something that is a solution. It's not creating more problems. You guys are the solution to a lot of things in this country. And your voice carries so much weight. So when someone says, why are you a part of Turning Point? I want you to put your shoulders back and stand very tall and say, because yes, okay, this is Charlie's legacy, but it's also mine. And millions of people are watching you, millions. And every day when you make the choice to fight, again, not just for my husband, but for yourself and for your family, you are standing up against evil and declaring to the heavens on high that, again, this world will never break you, and that you are allowing the Holy Spirit to work through you in a way that will just make the enemy cower. Enemy cower. So I don't care if it's a trans, if it's a gender confused person, if it's a Muslim, if it's whoever else that's standing in front of you, that's spitting on you, that's cussing at you, that's throwing your buttons everywhere. I don't care. You are what? You are what Charlie always said. You are what? You are a happy warrior. That is what you are as you fight. And so I know there's someone else who wants to speak after I close out, but before I close, there is something that has gotten me through not just these past 10 months, but also this past week, and that is the power of prayer. And before I have you guys leave here, which again, it's not, I don't want you guys to leave after I'm done because there's something they want to share with you. But before you guys leave here,
Yes,
I want to cover you guys in prayer.
mister.
I send out something to our staff every Monday asking how I can pray for them by name and what other prayer requests and praise reports that they have, because I want to be able to support them. I will be doing the same with you guys. You don't have to put your name if you don't want to, but I want to know how I can be praying for each and every one of you individually as you go back into the battlefield, because that's what it is. And we are all in this fight together. We are all on the front lines together. I want you to know that you have access to me and to Turning Point. If those of you have not been to headquarters, please come. We have 6 buildings and they're packed and they're filled with people who love this country and love you. And so if you ever have a doubt or a hesitation as to why you are a part of this organization, come home, come see us. We would love to see you. And but I want to cover you all in prayer. And I'm going to ask that Robin Pugh comes out. He is my husband's executive advisor, amazing man of God. And he is a prayer warrior. And I'm going to ask for him to cover you all in prayer in a way that will just ignite your soul and fire even more for the fight. Because we need you. We all need you. And I am so, so proud of each and every one of you. And I cannot thank you enough for making sure that my husband's life does not become a footnote in a history book. So great.
His voice, his legacy, your voice. Your way to keep Charlie's legacy alive is to find your voice. And I hope this weekend has been, in part, equipping for you to be able to find your voice. Proverbs 18:16 says, a man's gift makes room for him. A woman's gift makes room for her and ushers her into the great. You are not Charlie. He would not want you to use his voice. He would want you to use the platform that he created, that Erika created, for you to find your voice. Imagine if every single one of you understood at your core soul level your identity in Christ and the gifts that he has bestowed upon you. The untapped potential that is in this room can continue to change the world. That's how we keep Charlie's legacy alive, and that's how we honor Erika, the leader of this organization, with you understanding your identity in Christ and how you're made. Not the same as somebody else, different, unique. So what I want to do in this prayer is I want to commission you for the work that God has spoken into you, for the reason that you came, your assignment. So if you would, I would love for you to...
because cult members want some attention. No one tells me what to do or what to think. The irony of a cult member trying to say someone else is a cult member. You can't make this up. It's like you're trying to force everybody to be a part of your cult, as opposed to understanding that we all have independent thought. We're not trying to convince cult members to lead a cult. That's on them. But don't put us in your cult either. No one has me bamboozled. Erika Kirk does not pay my bills, but I want her to be protected and safe. She hasn't done anything wrong to me. You calling her a shield because the cult leader told you she was a shield, but you can't say, well, one thing she's done wrong to you personally. At all. Or at least tell me what bills she pay of yours. Obviously, she paying your bills. If they don't like her, why don't they just leave Erika Kirk alone again? Why is it that Candice just feels the need to have to say her name all the time? You can't stand her. Then why watch anything with her in it? I understand, bots are bots. Cult members have this hive mentality where, they're not able to think. Period. There's no reason to sit here and obsess over someone trying to tell us we're anything when you're sitting here repeating Candace's talking points. How many times have we seen comments like this in the chat? They just copy and paste. They don't even keep it creative. So I'm going to let you send me another comment. Is it Milltown, USA? Okay. Yeah, send me another comment where you can be creative and say anything else. Let's see how that brain power works. Turtle power.
To stand up, turn your hands open this way in a posture of receiving. And I forbid the enemy from knowing, hearing, perceiving anything that we are talking about. In the name of Jesus, we are doing kingdom business here. And he is barred. He is banned to the foot of the cross to hear anything that we're doing. And let us go into this commissioning. Holy Spirit, come and bring your presence and your power inside of every single one of us. You say in scripture that we will do more than even Christ when he was on this planet. We have a hard time believing that because of the miracles that he performed, and yet we will take you at your word, your inerrant word in scripture. And if that's the case, we have authority. Father God, we only want what you want, and we ask that you bring your provision and your protection for your glory. Humble us. Make us into that happy warrior that Charlie so well modeled for us. Give us the obedience to submit to your will. Give us the ears to be able to hear what that will is, what that assignment is. Give us the discernment to build others up with our words. let our words stemming from the purity of our heart be aromatic even to others who don't want to hear it. Give us the courage to serve others, even the ones that we have a hard time wanting to serve. Consecrate, Lord, each individual for your assignment for them. And I commission every single one of you for your assignment, your unique, specific assignment from the Lord. And I ask that the Lord strengthen your hand. I bless you with strong hands for that work as you stand before God in this world and say what Charlie always said, yes, Lord, here I am, send me. And all God's children said, amen.
God bless you guys.
Oh,
Keep
God.
fighting the good fight.
Oh my God. I hope they have the same thing at a women's conference. This was well done. Well done. I am so glad I was able to check this out for you all, because this is exactly what we need to hear. Someone that, you know, is graceful and strong in their mindset, understands how to treat people and how to speak English. It's not out bashing somebody and none of that. It's just nice to just kind of get a break away from all this chaos and confusion that Candice is stirring up. It really is. Shout out to Erika Kirk, honey. Make sure you please go file a protection or restraining order against Candice. Drop that lawsuit. I really hope she does that. This is amazing. We got a couple of videos I was tagged in on over here on X. Y'all tagged me in a couple of videos. Where's the hold on a second. Okay, it's tagged. Woo, child. Yeah, and this lady here, who is this lady? Like, they sitting here just going in for, oh, you can make this up. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. This is from Mr. Exclusive. Oh my good Lord.
No, I appreciate.
Hold on. So this is a video clip, and then he has some photos here. Let me just go to his post. So he says maybe it is time someone starts digging into every single detail of Candice's life. I've been saying that. I mean, yeah, we're here for it, right? You have several content creators doing great cover pieces. You know, Joshua Carr did a 3-part series. You have eclectic journalists that did about 14 to 15 episodes of The Narrative Machine. You have Nemo that did, you know, some expose pieces on not just Candice, but George. You have several content creators out here that have actually created like expose type series on Candice. And they are on point with it. The problem is Candice lies so much about her past is she makes it hard for people to be able to really do a full timeline of things. She won't even like correct the fact that she was not put out of the house by her own mother. Like it's stuff like that. But yeah, that's exactly what needs to happen. Is she doing this to everybody else? Shy breaking the law? Yeah. Clearly, the people around her are not going to correct her. They're not going to rebuke her. They're not going to tell her this is absolutely wrong what you're doing, period. I'm not going to condone it. And I'm not going to treat you like a baby. Especially if you out here admitting to stalking. I mean, just as ruthless, vile, and mean as what has been done to Erika Kirk. For instance, misuse of Adderall is a gateway drug to cocaine. Yeah, this crack is wet. Candy, you still doing Adderall? You know you're supposed to be a pregnant, right? You're supposed to be a pregnant. You can't take Adderall like that when you're a pregnant. Unless you're having a phantom pregnancy. Funny how I called it last time. From her going after Erika Kirk to her recycling, Egyptian planes and all this nonsense. Yeah, I called it. To her saying she wanted to be Russian. She might go to Russia 7-8 months ago. Called it. I don't know why. This whole phantom pregnancy thing keeps coming up, Candice. When we gonna get an ultrasound? Candace Owens has openly talked about abusing Adderall and how to get prescriptions without a doctor's visit, which is illegal. All the crimes she committed. It is illegal to get prescription medication fraudulently. And then you're bragging about it in articles. She tells on herself. And somehow she's not answering to all of this. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't followed Candice like this long. Don't need to. She's an idiot. But the concept of her telling on herself about how to get prescription meds with no doctor's appointment, without being a patient, anything, no medical records, is beyond me. How did she even get that medication? Like, did she pay out of pocket for it? That stuff is not cheap. I don't care if it was 10 years ago. She had to get the money to sit here. That might be the reason why. I want y'all to think about this. That might be the reason why she went 7 months without paying her rent. Because if you got a drug habit that might be costing you hundreds of dollars out of pocket, and then you turn around and claim you dropped out of college in your 3rd year, doesn't seem like you were doing well in the first place. You might have been spending money on feeding that habit as opposed to paying tuition or making sure you had at least scholarships and funding. Where your relatives at? Big ass family. You didn't ask not one relative why they could not help you pay for school. Or was it because they may have been doing that, Candice, and you spent money on Adderall? You abuse Adderall, that means you're taking it every day constantly. And you're paying for this out of pocket. Because the insurance company is not going to sit and keep paying for Adderall like that. Especially when you have no medical records to back it up. No diagnosis of any sort to justify you getting a prescription for Adderall. And that doctor's office that gave her that crap should be ashamed of themselves, and somebody should be going to jail. That is highly illegal. So imagine if she wasn't going to doctor's appointments and having an actual medical diagnosis to justify it. That means she was just going in, copping and lying and buying the medication out of pocket. Now imagine, like any other addict, how much money she could have spent on Adderall. Think about that for a second. These are her words, not ours. She stated that she was addicted to Adderall. So let me look this up. I want to see how much Adderall costs out of pocket. I'm looking this up because this probably would help people understand why she sat in an apartment for 7 months, let black mold grow, and then tried to sue them. And then when they counterclaimed and she hired the wrong attorney, then she just failed to go to court. Because she went 7 months without paying rent. We don't even know if she's ever paid that judgment off. But it seems like she was doing that to get a quick $10,000 of some sort. This is the level of stupidity that her and her cult members on. What makes you think, Candice, that you would be able to live 7 months for free in an apartment that costs $3,500 a month? How did you get that apartment? So if she was just spending out money on Adderall, guess what? Yeah, you're gonna run out of money to pay your bills. Of course, you're gonna sit and try to sue somebody to get $10,000. And then she ended up having to pay twice as much back to the apartment complex. But the fact that she was addicted to drugs like that, and she admitted that she did not even have a diagnosis, she's getting that stuff and paying for it. And at the pharmacy, all you need is to make sure that you got the doctor's prescription request with their signature and their NPI on it. And you can pay for it out of pocket. It doesn't have to be billed to any insurance. So now make that make sense. The irony of her saying, I'm going to get this apartment, go 7 months and not pay rent, and then try to sue them to get money out of them. But then when it doesn't work out that way, now she doesn't even show up for court. It's the actions of a complete crackhead. Yeah, let me try to scam these people out of $10,000 while I still do not pay rent. And then lie about black mold and the blah, blah, blah. All that nonsense and buffoonery. Yeast infections, recurrent systemic yeast infections. Talking about I had to get LASIK surgery. How? No medical records to support that. It's like she was trying to hustle them out of some money. Candice, did you intentionally let black mold grow in that apartment, thinking that somehow was going to work? I'm telling y'all, does not sound like a move that a crackhead would make. Yeah, let me create all this moisture and generate all this black mold. That way I can say that my health is being affected and I'm going to withhold my rent for 7 months for a $3,550 apartment per month. I'm not going to pay them rent for 7 months. And then I'm going to sue them and have them pay me for this black mold I let happen. Because, I got to buy Adderall. Y'all got to remember how people who are addicted to drugs, remember how the mentality, how they move and maneuver. They will steal money to keep up their habit. Steal it. Even from their own people, their own family. Was she in New York? I thought she was in Delaware. Was she in New York? I know that they rent was $3,500. Was she in Connecticut? Good night, Jim. Oh, thank you so much for tuning in, honey. Have a good evening. I'm not gonna be too much longer. I just want to get in a few of these videos. But I just, like I said, I don't. When you look at the bigger picture here, and you understand how these crackheads maneuver, people who are addicted to drugs, alcohol, whatever they're addicted to, you got some money behind that to feed that habit. And it takes a lot of money to feed a habit when it comes to drugs, especially prescription drugs. You cannot just go buy in the store. You can imagine how much money she spent on that to feed that habit. She was in Stamford, Connecticut. Thank you, Mindy. And she's paying $3,500 a month in rent and went 7 months and didn't pay it. And then tried to sue these people. Not caring about laws that say you can't just withhold rent because you let black mold grow in your apartment. Wouldn't that be fraud? Candice trying to defraud the apartment complex because she was addicted to Adderall and she needed the money. Candice, I told you I see through you, you dumbass. I told you. You took that matter to court and you introduced the public to that the moment you filed that petition. The moment you filed that complaint, and then didn't even go to the actual trial hearing. You tried to swindle those people out of a quick 10 grand. Then tried to say, oh, it was the black mold that did it. My yeast infection itches and scratches because it's black mold. Unbelievable. So when you see that level of addiction where she professed to, all the things that come with that definitely involves an excessive use of spending money. You got to feed that habit. And if it's a high price to pay, you're going to pay for it. It's like people who do cocaine. They pay a whole lot of money for that. Candace, did you pay that money back? I didn't make this up. I'm trying to see what the prices are for like Adderall. Oh my God. This is on gbchealth.org. How much is Adderall without insurance? A wallet-friendly guide to ADHD medication costs in 2026. Many patients are shocked when they discover the price tag attached to this commonly prescribed ADHD medication. Without insurance, Adderall can cost $824 monthly for 60 tablets of 20 milligrams, which breaks down to about $14 per tablet for the brand name version. $824 a month. And if you got 60 tablets, you're probably prescribed to take it 2 times a day. $824 a month. And this dumbass idiot went 7 months without paying rent. Make it make sense? That's a hefty price to pay for an addiction, Candice. So you too busy spending your rent money on Adderall, and you didn't pay rent for 7 months. And when you realize that you spending through your money to support your habit, you said, let me find a way to sue them. And at very least, it'll put a hold on my lack of ability to pay rent and be responsible like a grown-ass woman. And if anything else, they can do something through the courts. And more than likely, they're not going to evict you while you're in litigation. 7 months? Why did they let her continue to stay there and not evict her properly? Because she sued them. That lawsuit, however long it lasts, at the very least, put a hold on any evictions they tried to do, even though she wasn't paying rent and she owed them rent. 7 months? After the first 2 months, you're getting evicted. But she sued him and then tried to actually demand money for her so-called LASIK surgery. And Candice is an inveterate liar. She's a pathological liar. So why should we put it past her that she was not trying to defraud the property management company and then to try to get away with not paying rent for 7 months? Because let's say she went to court and she had any medical symptoms that were legitimate, backed up with medical records, because she didn't have that. But let's just say she did have all of that. You still owe them $3,500 times 7 months. So they would have simply taken whatever judgment she was granted. They would have taken what she owed and back pay for rent out of that judgment. Does that make sense? Hit the phone. So she still would have walked out of there with nothing. Because I'm sure somebody told her, you're going to have to pay back that rent money you owe. Do the math on that. $3,550 times 7 months. I'm trying to get where's my calculator? Lord have mercy. Okay, let me see. There we go. Because $824 a month is something else. Times 7 months. You're looking at $24,850 that she owed in back rent. That's not including late fees, court costs, attorney's fees, none of that. The law does not allow you to just withhold rent like that. Simply because you're saying that you incurred something from black mold. It sounds like, Candice, you intentionally let that black mold grow and fester in that apartment so you can avoid paying rent while you out here addicted to Adderall, spending all this damn money on it. You can't make this up. $24,000. And that was the judgment issued against her. I think it was a little over 27. She had to pay the back pay on the rent, plus court costs, attorney's fees, and the interest. Because they had late fees as well. And not one time has she ever mentioned, yeah, I actually paid that judgment off. No evidence of proof that she paid off the judgment from the High Court of Australia. She was flat out squatting. Exactly, Nikki B. Squatting. And owed them over $24,000 in rent. But Candice, when you spending all this money on ADHD meds, on Adderall, yeah, you're going to end up being hard up for cash, ain't you? Never one time has she confirmed she paid off that judgment. And it'd be a shame if she didn't, seeing that she's bringing in millions of dollars by lying like hell. This is how much it costs to feed her habit. And you're talking about somebody that claims that she was in school. This is crazy. I'm just getting the notion that she was pulling off some fraud scheme to try to defraud the apartment complex because she knows that she was feeding a habit and not trying to pay her bills like a grown, responsible adult. That's what happens when you lie. Candace, you lie like hell. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, let me share this back again. Now that we understand how much that Adderall costs, let me put the link to this article in the chat so you guys can check this out. By all means, feel free to Google. Let me drop that in there. Because you can't make this stuff up. Like I said, it's common sense here. Think about it. $824 a month for 60 tablets out of pocket. And she out here abusing it now. That means she probably was taking more than what is prescribed on average. And didn't pay rent for 7 months. Make it make sense. Dropped out of school because she claimed she couldn't afford to go. You were too busy feeding your addiction, Candace. You were spending money on Adderall. As opposed to you spending money for your education. You spending it on Adderall. Will can't prove that she went back and got 2 degrees. What them 2 degrees at, Candace? Can't make this up. So Candace has openly talked about abusing Adderall. That is the gateway drug to cocaine. Her behavior these days could be the result of an acute cocaine problem. Listen to long-term effects. People may rub or wipe their nose repeatedly, sniff frequently, have a runny nose with a cold, paranoia. Person may believe others are watching or following them. French berets, cartel, just to name a few. People are conspiring against them. Friends or family are lying to or plotting against them. Innocent events have hidden meanings directed at them. In severe cases, cocaine-induced psychosis can involve hallucinations and fixed delusions. Tell me this does not describe Candace Owens. Yeah, to the T. George, are you sitting here getting high with Candace? George, your mom and daddy gonna beat your ass. They're gonna be so mad when they realize they got to give him $20 million to settle his dumb lavender wife's lawsuit. They're gonna be like, what the hell y'all doing with all this money? Candace, you an idiot. He talks about popping Xanax, which is a common drug used to come down from cocaine and allow people to function normally. Mixing cocaine and Xanax will cause blackouts. I know she has talked about having blackouts. Yeah, she did. She said she blacked out going up there to be on Crackhead Mickey Mouse Tucker Carlson show and had a less than 2-month-old new baby and blacked out the entire trip, which would mean she doesn't even recall caring for her son. Candice, if you still doing Adderall and you're supposed to be a pregnant aunt, or you did it during any of your 4 pregnancies, you should lose custody. Those effects on the baby and the pregnancy, it could be deadly and fatal. I told you, man, she is a shitty ass parent. Can't make this up. paranoia, itching, sense of persecution. Watch the video below. There is no dispute. She has written and talked about abusing drugs. None, especially the gateway drugs, the cocaine. This video has many, many signs of possible drug abuse. If this was Erika Kirk, can you imagine what they would do with this information? It is my opinion that Candace Owens projects her inadequacies on Erika Kirk. Absolutely. She's jealous and envious of her. Candace, no one is jealous of you. You have 2 lawsuits. Take your ass to court next week. I'm telling you, I feel it. By Thursday or Friday, they're going to try to get another continuance. You would think she would just take out time to handle her lawsuits and stop sitting here lying on Erika Kirk. Good grief. Maybe it is time for someone to really get into her life, turn it upside down, and take every single detail and turn it into a podcast, internet post, and other social media highlights. I'm so game. Or perhaps her fans should step in and help her. Hitler has also seduced the masses while having serious drug problems. Parallels between her and Hitler are scary, actually. Candace, maybe it is time for you to reach out for help. Maybe your new bestie, Hunter Biden, would be willing to intervene. Fear the druggo. I hope for the sake of your baby that this is not true. Candace, when you prove to us that there is a baby in there, then we'll say that. Because I went over that phantom pregnancy for a reason. I'm sure waiting on the day you claim to break water. The timeline doesn't even add up. How far along is she? 4 weeks, 6 months? What is it? Can't make this up. The only person who will get me to stop asking questions about this is you, Candace. Your late night ex meltdowns, the paranoia, and strange behavior. Perhaps it all makes sense now. Please don't be mad. I'm just asking questions. I told y'all need to start doing it to her cohorts. All you got to do is say, look, I'm going to ask the same question every day for 10 months, regardless of the answer you give. I'm just asking questions. Let them get the taste of their own medicine. That reminds me, I got to send my question back over to Lionel Hart. His old ass. All right, y'all, let's check this out. This is the information he looked up and posted. Oh, man.
No, I appreciate
this right here. Candace, you already look like an alien. This is so crazy. I guarantee you all she's going to try to come out and say, well, I never said how far along I was. But, I mean, don't you think that's something you might want to tell people? Why are you trying to hide a pregnancy? Especially if you're married. But this is, y'all see how stupid that is? I don't see the logic in it. Who has a pregnancy and you're supposed to be a public figure and you're married? What are you ashamed of? You cannot tell me you did not know you were pregnant, Candace. But since she likes to keep people in confusion, she's not gonna just come out and say how far along she is. Why would she not want to do that? It makes no sense. You're a public figure. What are you hiding? Why are you trying to keep this a secret? Yeah.
No, I appreciate everyone that's investigating. If you're a person who is trying to convince us that Tyler Robinson on a rooftop by himself with no help took a shot from a 30-06 and Charlie ate vegetables and stopped the bullet, you are.
What do you mean? So he didn't eat vegetables? Can't make this up. Are we talking about Popeye here or Charlie Kirk? Candace. Perhaps she's getting a Superman confused with Popeye the Sailor Man. Candace, only Popeyes ate some vegetables to become strong. What the hell are you talking about, you dumb alien? That is not Superman stick. It's Popeye the Sailor Man. I'm so proud of Charlie Kirk. He ate his spinach.
Just such a useless human being. I really never want to, I never want to see you. I don't want to follow you. I don't want to see a tweet from, I want you to just be off the internet. That would be great, But But beyond that, if you accept that something's wrong, obviously, and like there's got to be more of the story, then great. That's why there is so much variety on the internet. And I do think there is a...
Candice, your cult members do not believe in the internet because they don't believe in AI. They sit here and say, you know, well, I'm not using AI to do research. What you mean? You're on the internet. You're on social media. And here Candace talks about what's so much, you know, of the variety that's all over the internet. Your cult members conveniently somehow denounce AI when it's convenient for them. And yet, you're not telling them, listen, y'all, we're all on the internet. How do you sit here and say, I don't get information from AI? But yet you're on the internet powered by AI. Make it make sense? So your cult leader, to the other one, just said here, that is why so much variety on the internet. Like, she's on the internet. Oh, this is priceless.
Level
she wiped her nose
of this sort of like crowdsourced investigation. So like, I don't agree with everything that, you know, Ian comes up with. He doesn't agree with everything I say. Like, I don't agree with...
You never say what you disagree with, Candice. Do you all ever hear her say she does not agree with Ian Carroll? Do you all not? When has she ever said she does not agree with an Ian Carroll? When did that happen? Regarding anything with Tyler Robinson, when did Candice say that she does not agree with Ian Carroll? When has that ever been said? I want to post a video on that. Because you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. When did she ever say, I don't agree with you, Ian Carroll? She can put up a post on anything else. You can't make this up. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mindy. I will. We're actually going to watch a couple of her videos. Y'all hanging in there, hit that like button for me. You can't make this up. So, Candice, you've never ever vocally expressed that you don't agree with Ian Carroll. Just like your cult members still will not be creative in their responses here. Just saying someone's misinformed or stupid or an idiot, they copy and paste the same old bullshit. Same old nonsense. John. I don't know if I should even accept your comment here, seeing that this broken English and grammar, horrible use of punctuation is mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing. I could care less about your dumb cult leader and how she feels. And I always tell the cult members, you enter my chat at your own peril. But can you at least fix your grammar? Yeah, you look high as hell in this.
With everything.
Itchy face.
Sam Parker tweets or Myron says, but the point is like, I'm sitting here and I'm pulling together a picture because so many different people are able to pull together different strands. And I personally can say confidently that I sense that we are putting a lot of pressure on the authorities.
Which authorities? Because the defense attorneys representing Tyler Robinson is not stunning you. They not even stun you. They sitting here talking about how you coming up with all these wacky conspiracy theories. Tyler Robinson's own legal defense team is not even stun Candace Owens or her dumb cohorts. They don't give a damn that did that little interview with the headless employee at the smokehouse. Tyler Robinson's attorneys don't give two shits. Why in the world, Candice, do you want everybody else to believe you? We don't owe you that. Girl, we don't owe you anything. You think the authorities will stun you? No, they're not. Explain again why you didn't file a formal complaint to the FBI when you was talking about somebody trying to assassinate you. Why didn't you ask this high-ranking French government employee for any receipt at all about a transaction? You do understand that you can get transactions. They could have taken a picture of whatever they were looking at. You didn't present not one shred of evidence on that. You're trying to make yourself more important than you really are, Candace. This is unbelievable. The authorities do not stun you. Neither is Tyler Robinson's defense attorneys.
They seem to be coming undone. There is definitively something here, and they were banking on our ADHD. Like they were banking on, we're going to throw like a memorial. We're going to make it amazing. We're going to give them Trump. They love Trump. He's going to throw red meat. He's going to say, we're going to.
Candace, that's what you do. You're a cult leader. You throw red meat to your mindless cult members that keep copying and pasting the same old dumb shit. They're not even trying to be creative. Can you be creative, Candace cult members? Candy asses, can y'all be creative and say anything else? Is it the programming of words that limits your ability to comment and say anything profound? Candice, you got to upgrade the software program. Candice, you got to upgrade the software program. These dumb bots, they're repeating themselves.
We're going to make America great again, and we're going to move on. And it actually seems to be getting bigger and snowballing. And so
what does any of this have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination that over 3,000 people witnessed in person? You're trying to say those 3,000 people did not see and hear what they saw and heard. They're not stunning you. And yet she's begging to go in and try to testify against the prosecutor. God.
Something has to give. And so I'm grateful for every person, no matter where you stop on the train. Like if you're like, I believe you on all.
I don't believe none of it. Scratching
this, but I don't believe this. Like, I mean, that's really what Morgan Ariel just said. Like, I don't.
What? Now you're saying this because they said they don't agree with you. And that they don't find Mitch Snow to be credible. Why is he dodging service? Candice, you do realize he said that you have all these so-called evidence that we have not seen because of reasons. From video footage to photos, he said you are now the owner of that. Do you understand what that means for you in court? Mitch Snow said that. He threw her under the bus and she's too stupid to notice. I peep game. He said in a whole post on X, she is the owner of the photos and the videos that everybody is demanding he put out. You can't demand something to be put out that does not exist. But if it did exist, she would have put it out a long time ago. So now this is why they're being sued. They're going to go to court and Candice's attorneys are going to say, listen, the co-defendant is not here. He's an idiot. But he stated that my client has all the videos and photos to prove Brian Harper and Erika Kirk were at Fort Huachuca. As opposed to her showing this shit last year or early up this year. Now she's just sitting on it because of reasons. Wouldn't showing the actual video footage and the photos avoid a lawsuit? Candice, you say you wanted all the smoke and subpoena turtle power. Yeah, you got to come.
I don't like Mitch. That's fine. Fine. Great.
Oh, this is going to be played in court. Mitch Snow, you hear this? She said nobody has to like your dumb ass. She said you don't like Mitch Snow? Fine. Great. Boy, there's no loyalty amongst thieves and dumbass lawyers out there.
But let's keep the pressure on the feds and remember that, like, we are all united in recognizing.
The FBI is not spearheading this criminal investigation. That is being done by the state of Utah and the prosecutors there. The FBI has no role in what's happening in the courts and not a party to the case. Can't make this up. You act as if the lead investigators in Utah are not competent enough to do their job. But yet they came up with what, 5 terabytes of data?
That we live in a really effed up world. Tim Dillon did like he made it comedic, but also like it was like dark comedy of like we feel like we all now recognize we're kind of being ruled by like people that are into children and people that traffic children and people that traffic weapons, and they're kind of wanting us to just like be like, oh, but
what does that have to do with Charlie Kirk? He didn't traffic anything. Andrew Tate did. Meanwhile, Andrew Tate was arrested by U.S. Marshals for what? Trafficking. having children and extreme PN images. And you let that man in your house around your kids. This is George Farmer's best friend, Andrew Tate. Photos on your wall, as opposed to either of your 2 degrees. Because where are your degrees at again? You say you obtained a degree. You're going to actually be able to present a real degree. Where is it at? You'll hang up a photo of George Farmer and Andrew Tate, but not your actual 2 degrees you earned. You claim you earned. Now let me hang up my journalism degree so that people can take me seriously when I say I am an independent journalist. Why would you not want to put that on the wall? But you'll put up a photo of George and Andrew Tate. Make it make sense? This is ridiculous. The candy asses can't even explain that. She has said nothing about it. Why won't she talk about Andrew Tate?
But like the new iPhone just dropped. Like something, this can't go on like this. Society cannot go.
Yeah, no, that's why you two are being sued. Because we couldn't go on like this. Once again, why wouldn't you just show video footage and photos to prove that they were there on that base? If you had it in your possession. And avoid a lawsuit. Well, let's not forget, military bases have cameras.
Go on like this. If we have a society that we don't protect good people, like we don't protect decent human beings like Charlie Kirk.
Mr. Snow is not a decent human being. He's a dumbass lawyer that's conjuring up fake ass evidence that he claimed that you are now the owner of.
We don't protect our children.
You let Andrew Tate around your children. How is that protecting them? One of them is a little girl. How do you know Andrew Tate didn't have like kitty stuff in his possession of 3-4-year-old kids? Because, I mean, you can't put that crap past anybody. He's sick and sadistic. I wouldn't put it past him to have very small minor children's photos that is indecent in his possession. And he thought he could outsmart investigators in any country. US, Romania, UK, pick one. Admitted to scrubbing his phones. They still got that data because he doesn't understand how that data is stored. He's another idiot that does not know how digital evidence works.
Too fearful to even speak and say something, which is, I'm sorry, but we live in a world of remarkable cowardice.
Candace, you are a coward. You failed to go out to TPUSA. You didn't want to take a flight because George said no. Candy ass cult members think that's a joke. No, she said that. She said George told her no. That's a definite no. And yet the candy asses want you to believe George doesn't have to tell her what to do, but he did in that situation, according to her. So either your cult leader is lying like hell through her teeth about George telling her no, or he told her no, and he actually does dictate her decision. Which one is it? You can't have both cake and eat it too. Either she's submissive, and when he says no, she adheres to that, or she's lying, and he didn't say a damn thing. Because it's mighty ironic how she could sacrifice 4.5 hours when Erika Kirk flew to Tennessee, but she couldn't take her ass on a plane and go to Arizona. Talking about, I want this to be digital. No, go in person, you clown. Because she's a coward. She's sitting here asking for dismissals on lawsuits because she does not want subpoena turtle power.
Because of what I view to be a shortage in testosterone. I find so many men to be pathetic. I really do. Like,
yep, George, you heard that? George. George. Your dumb lavender wife just said you are pathetic. John Mappin, Lionheart, Project Pick a Booger Nose, Ian Carroll, who still looks like a woman to me. Yeah, all these simps out here clowning around on behalf of Candace Owens. They're not real men. They are not real men. You see how Andrew Tate acted when U.S. Marshals walked up on his dumb ass with them tight ass pants on. He tried to back away because he's a coward. He's a punk. Candace, you're not going to say anything about Andrew Tate going to jail? He's short of a testosterone.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated in broad daylight, and you're just going to like accept the Fed slap. I have no use for you. Like I have.
There is no Fed slap because the feds are not spearheading the investigation. They could literally have that murder trial proceed forward, and no FBI agent needs to take the stand. None. And they will be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt to secure a conviction. It's like the simplest thing is what they choose to be the biggest idiots over. You say, hey, how many thousands of times we can say over and over again? The FBI is not spearheading this investigation. It is the state of Utah. Prosecutors in the state of Utah has jurisdiction over this matter. The FBI could literally be irrelevant and cease to exist in this equation. And the prosecutors and investigators in the state of Utah are very capable and competent enough to bring the matter to the court of law and secure a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. The FBI does not have to assist. It is what they choose to do by offering their assistance. But the prosecutor and the investigators in Utah investigate murders all the time in their state. They don't need the FBI to do their jobs. Why give the FBI all this credit when the credit should go towards the prosecutor for the state of Utah?
No use for you. You're losing the society because you're still allowed to walk around breathing is what the issue is.
Candace. Yeah, stop walking around breathing. Oh my God.
And you get to call yourself a man. Like, why am I taking all these bullets? Thank you to the men who have stood up for me. But like,
because you're the one that's putting the bullets out there. You can't stand the heat. Don't go take your dumb ass in the kitchen. The irony of it all. Why am I taking all this heat? Thank y'all for the men that stood up for me. No, they're simping for you. They're literally repeating your talking points. So are your dumb bots. It's so funny because the people who do disagree with her, then she'll send the cult members after them. Like that Evan Kilgore dude. This moment with Mitch Snow, it's like this is how she handled this. As opposed to saying, look, I just did an interview. After the information he gave me, it's up to you all to find it credible. But if it's not credible, that's cool. Now, why am I taking all the shots? Because you're the one sending out the shots. So somehow she can fire shots at people. But yet and still, when we fire shots right back, all of a sudden, why am I taking all these shots? Says the dumb alien.
For the men that are just like going along to get a paycheck, like, I don't need you ever on the airwaves ever again. I really don't.
Girl, who the hell are you talking to? You don't
and if at the end of last year between Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, your cult members don't believe in AI. So, I mean, you would think they would get off the internet as well. How dare you look up a legal code or a penal code, Lady Luck Club? AI is of the devil.
To Charlie Kirk, if something did not stir in your spirit and make you go, what the F?
What spirit? This is a demon. Candace, we do not hear demons squealing. You do. Keep that witchcraft and sorcery and demonic nonsense to yourself.
Is going on.
What the F?
We have no use for you in American society or any other society.
Get the hell out of our country. You say you would rather be Russian. Bye, Felicia.
Frankly. And that's how I feel. So.
We don't care. Neither does the judge or jury or the defense attorneys for Tyler Robinson. Funny how they really don't give a damn.
Thank you to everybody who has jumped on and had this conversation.
Yeah, this was the dumbest thing ever. All you did was solidify why you are winging it, making it up for money. Did you ever match the donations your cult members paid Tyler Robinson dollar for dollar? Because where's the proof that you matched that Save Go Now dollar for dollar? That's what she said out her mouth. She said she would match the contributions dollar for dollar. Why didn't we see your name on the list, Candice?
Again, I appreciate everyone. Harrison, I appreciate you. I think we do have different styles in this, and I hope that you at least hear my...
No, it's not a style. Reporting information should not be difficult to do. Creativity in the presentation is one thing, but you lying like hell, that's not a style. That's just you lying.
Perspective in my heart.
Oh my gosh, she claims to have a heart. Girl, bye, Felicia. Oh my good grief. Y'all, why is this over here still at it? Camilla. Oh Lord, she throwing the tantrum. Camilla. You can't make this up. I think you have her beat by a mile. Oh, Camilla. Oh, bless your heart. Sweet, precious one. Okay. Did she just do the same one? Is this over here on YouTube as well? I got a couple videos over here on YouTube. Lord have mercy. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not like double watching something. Is it the call? Is it the call? I haven't seen this yet. Is it the call? Y'all know? I don't know if that's the same as the call, but we definitely go. Y'all know we gonna watch this. Come on. Yeah. Oh, Camille. Proceeds to explain what forensic data is necessary to confirm or deny item at hand. What you mean? You never proceeded to explain forensic data. You didn't explain the forensic data. What forensic data? Do you know what forensic data is? Y'all, all this is so precious. Please don't make me have to Google it. Go pull the dictionary. How you gonna say it? I can't use AI to look up laws. Well, you know, I'm gonna use this AI to use X and the internet to send you this comment. Yeah, no. Oh God, come on, girl. Camilla, I could just go in and just epically crush your narrative. Whatever you want to think is on you, but it's the lack of reading for you. If you're not using AI, then there's no way you read a law book. Go read a book. Go read the laws in the book. None of this addresses my comment about you reading a law book. None of it. Can't make this up. Yeah, I'm just sitting here laughing, but it's the internet. But you got some crazy people out there. Watch out. Oh, you got some precious people out there. You can't make this up. Oh, bless your heart, girl. All right, where is that? Oh, you sweet, precious one. That was another one I wanted to see. Oh God, this here. Candice, you people got to
necessarily always get to use a phrase. But of course, I do know better. And our nation's FBI has never done anything wrong. They're honorable men. They just, can't.
You can't make this up. Hold on.
To use a phrase.
Can y'all hear?
But of course, I do know better. And our nation's FBI has never done anything wrong. They're honorable men. They just, can't seem to necessarily always get their stories together. By the way, speaking of gangs, and back to Ms. Jennifer Falmuina, she recently revealed in a podcast, don't tell me why she's also doing podcasts. Apparently she likes the media and cameras. She revealed that her sister...
You like the media and cameras, you dumb alien. No one told you to crash land on Earth. Candace, when are you going to Brexit your ass off of our planet? When is that going to happen? Do you plan on signing up for Scientology anytime soon? Xenu awaiteth. Can't make it.
Sister was a social worker within the state of Utah. And of course, that
Why are you putting her out there?
An entry point to learn all about her family history. You know me in genealogy. It's a thing. I just need to know.
No, it's not. It's called cyber doxing, you dumbass. Unbelievable. She doxed her and should be reported to the FBI. She doxing her. That's so stupid. We don't need to know who this person is. How does this help secure any conviction at all? We don't need to know who this woman is. Why did you have to sit here and put a name? We don't, like, I don't know who she is. Exactly, Mindy. She doxed the police sergeant. She doxing all kinds of people. Like, these people don't have to sit here and be subjected to your nonsense and buffoonery. And she's still doing it. People are going to have to report her to the feds. You want to talk about fed slop? People are going to have to report her to the FBI. Doxing is a crime. It is a cyber crime. Period. Whoever this woman is deserves to live in peace and harmony. Why are you trying to research somebody that has nothing to do with anything with you? Boy, it's so stupid, yet still she get mad because Laura Loomer looked up some property information with a battery lane trust. Oh no, people are trying to dox me. You doing the same thing. You are literally doxing this woman. Boy, this is so disgusting. It's not even funny. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh my God. I can't believe that. I mean, I don't want to say I can't believe it, but I'm just like, this is why she should not be able to get away with this bullshit. Period. I was trying my best not to cuss.
Our nation. They're honorable men. They just, can't, to use a phrase.
Oh my God.
But of course, I do know better. And our nation's FBI has never done anything wrong. They're honorable men. They just, can't seem to necessarily always get their stories together. By the way, speaking of gangs and...
Don't nobody give a damn about how you feel. They don't have to say this nonsense and buffoonery that you're saying that will not hold up in the court of law. Why don't you take your little punk ass to court and see how well that works when you tell the judge that you were stalking Erika Kirk? You got direct sources of contacts living in her residential building. You're having her stalked. That's a felony. And yet you sitting here talking about our military not being able to keep a story straight. They don't owe you shit.
To use a phrase. But of course, I do know better. And our nation's FBI has never done anything wrong. They're honorable men. They just, can't seem to necessarily...
The FBI is not here for your convenience. They're not stunning you. They should be. They should be investigating you for doxing. You know you put somebody out there, your dumbass coat, gonna go in and make death threats because they're demonic. So you put this woman's livelihood and safety in jeopardy, and for what? You stupid alien.
Always get their stories together. By the way, speaking of gangs, and back to Ms. Jennifer Falmuina, she recently revealed on a podcast, don't tell me why she's also doing podcasts. Apparently she likes the media and cameras. She revealed that her sister was a social...
What the hell is wrong with you? Even if she wasn't on a podcast, you're still going to go out your way to dox somebody. None of this matters in court. None of it. None of this bullshit she's saying matters in the court of law. It has no weight in this murder trial at all. That woman needs to report her ass to the FBI for doxing. And you're doing this to a police sergeant?
Social worker within the state of Utah.
She a social worker?
Of course.
Either way. You doxing someone that is a government employee? Working with the government? Didn't I see a police shirt on? Yeah. That's a sheriff's badge, right? Isn't it? Belonging to the sheriff? So you out here doxing law enforcement and authorities. You understand that's a crime?
Media and cameras. She revealed that her sister was a social worker within the state of Utah. And of course, that allowed me an entry point
the sister,
to learn all about her.
The sister is a social worker. Why are you looking up the sister? Why would you put a social worker out there like that? None of this will lead to either of them going to jail for any reason whatsoever. You're doxing private citizens. I hope this woman reports your ass to law enforcement and gets a case against you.
Her family history. You know me in genealogy. It's a thing.
Why don't you tell us your genealogy, Candice? Tell us your genealogy. Where your parents at?
Need to know what everybody's mamas and great grandmamas.
Okay, cool. So when this happens to you, don't say shit. But what I should not care about putting her auntie's Facebook out there when her auntie has a Facebook profile. Even if it's once upon a time. This is why deleting things off the internet, people think somehow that works and it doesn't. Somebody got it somewhere. Like this same thing can easily happen to her. Where people are now going to dig into who the hell her sisters are. Because that's exactly what should happen. If these people are not going to report her to the FBI for cyber crimes, for doxing, and she's doxing private citizens, then they at least should be able to do the same thing where they go into her sister's histories and dig into their lives. Period. Dig into it and put that shit up. Because she's not going to learn the easy way.
We're doing at all times. And regarding Jennifer, a really terrible thing happened in the Falmuina family down in Hawaii.
Why do you care about that?
Her father, a man named Sapina, spelled phonetically, just as I'm saying it, Sapina Falmuina, was very vocal and in the news speaking out about
more people that are being doxxed for no damn reason. We do not need to know who these people are. Can they just report this to the authorities already?
About it because it involved the homicide of his brother. Sergeant Jennifer Falmuina's uncle was killed. Now, apparently,
why does it matter?
His name was Missiona Falmuina. Apparently, he was in a gang.
She keeps name dropping people. None of this will fly in court. None of it. The FBI need to stop being scared of this heifer. Cosmo Sales should have already investigated her ass for this.
With his friends, and as a part of a ritual in the gang, he took a beating. And I'm going to spare you the details because they are quite horrific, but it was graphic and it was brutal.
Why are you bringing this up?
Survived the beating, but after being transported to the hospital, he later on succumbed to his injuries, and it was this big case because there were arguments that went back and forth. Frankly, the arguments were bizarre. The defense made it clear that these guys were all friends. It's just a part of like initiation rituals.
We don't care. What does that have to do with Charlie Kirk? You still can't sit here and say who pulled the trigger on the gun in your alternate reality. And you sitting up in here doxing people, and for what? We don't need to know about what's going on in these people's private lives. Yeah, no. Y'all start digging into her two sisters. Can't make this up.
They must have proven their case because the 3 kids that were involved got charged with like 2nd-degree manslaughter.
So what?
It was just This was a part of what the Samoan guys do as a ritual for gang. And
Samoan guys do. Good grief. Girl, you are so ignorant. Oh, you're so ignorant. You can't make this up. She is doxing people who are sergeants. None of this matters in the court of law regarding Tyler Robinson's murder trial. Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. The end. He pulled the trigger on the gun. What does any of this have to do with that?
Initiation.
And they wonder why, and you wonder why Tyler Robinson's defense attorneys will not contact you with your stupid ass.
Even more curious, was Jennifer's father asserting in the press that his brother, her uncle.
She's so dumb. Candice. You literally should be reported to the FBI for this. Period. You should be reported to the FBI. This is crazy. Are we doing this in real time? Real time. This is absolutely insane. Oh, we're doing this in real time, y'all. I thought I was playing. This is so crazy. Wow, this is ridiculous. That who knows what could happen to that woman or her sister. All this does is incite violence against these people. You can't make this stuff up, man. You cannot make this up. Where's the video? Camilla, if you don't understand how AI works, I don't know what to tell you. You're not making a point. You lost that one. I'm telling you, go to court. Go to court and think you're going to force that judge or the prosecutors to admit anything regarding that smokehouse BS. Prove me wrong. Go to court and demand it. You can't make this up. Where's that video? Jesus Christ. She out here doxing people. You got somebody not able to understand how AI works. Empowering the internet. You got AI powering this X with Grok. God. Unbelievable.
And back to Ms. Jennifer Falmuina.
This lady is wearing a sheriff's shirt.
Podcast. Apparently, she likes the media and cameras. She revealed that her sister was a social worker within the state of Utah. And of course, that allowed me an entry point to learn all about her family history. You know me in genealogy. It's a thing. I just need to know what everybody's mamas and great grandmamas are doing at all times. And regarding Jennifer, a really terrible thing happened in the Falmuina family down in Hawaii in 1995. Her father, a man named Subpoena, spelled phonetically, just as I'm saying it, Subpoena.
This woman's whole family
was very vocal and in the news, speaking out about it because it involved the homicide of his brother. Sergeant Jennifer Baumina's uncle was killed. Now, apparently, his name was Missiona Baumina. Apparently, he was in a gang with his friends, and as a part of a ritual in the gang, he took a beating. And I'm going to spare you the details because they are quite horrific, but it was graphic and it was brutal. And Missiona survived the beating, but after being transported to the hospital, he later on succumbed to his injuries, and it was this big case.
What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk?
Because there were arguments that went back and forth. Frankly, the arguments were bizarre. The defense made it clear that these guys were all friends. It's just
you don't know how court works, let alone how to interpret legal arguments of any sort. That's why it's bizarre to you, because it's a foreign concept. You're ignorant. That's why it's bizarre to you. You're facing 2 lawsuits. You think you would try to sit down and understand what you're dealing with in the lawsuits that you're facing. And you're calling something in court documents bizarre because all that legalese goes over your head. She can barely speak properly. You know she doesn't understand legalese or legal concepts or case law or laws in general. This is so ridiculous.
Part of like initiation rituals. And they must have proven their case because the 3 kids that were involved got charged with like 2nd-degree manslaughter. It was just, this was a part of what these Samoan guys do as a ritual for gang initiation.
They must have proven their case. If they got a conviction, they did meet their burden. What in the hell does this have to do with Charlie Kirk?
Even more curious, was Jennifer's father asserting in the press that his brother, her uncle, was a devout Mormon.
So
I'm just going, a devout Mormon gang member? We can take a peek.
Yeah, you saw Candice. You might as well talk about somebody wearing some dresses on the red carpet. You're a gossip blogger. None of this is relevant to Charlie Kirk's assassination or the murder trial. None of it. You just put out this girl's relatives on X and on YouTube. And for what? Oh, now she got to look over her shoulder every time she leave her house.
Get this together so you can see here what we're talking about. This is, I believe, the 2nd page. Yeah, his older brother. You go to the 1st page. I'm just going to read his brother, he said, was soft-spoken, well-mannered, and articulate. He was also a devoted Mormon who attended church in Waipaho every Sunday. It talks about their ward, so the Makilo ward, where the Faumuina family lived. And curious, which deserves a whole episode by itself, is
because you're trying to make content. Meanwhile, you're still retarded. And they eating this stuff up. They don't even care that it's not even relevant to anything. The cult members are eating this bullshit up. Funny how Candice is using AI to do these stupid ass videos. Carmilla, you good with that, Camilla? Candice is using AI.
That the brother was a member of this, or a part of this adult Friends for Youth, which is run by Sid Rosen. That's that last paragraph there. Sid Rosen, who heads Adult Friends for Youth. Speaking out, he seemed like an unlikely candidate to be targeted in such a violent act. It's a tragedy. Okay, we have on the next page as well him speaking about how he was about to go on to his.
Candace, what you act like this the first time hearing about how gangs work. We know that you're an alien, and clearly you're new here to Earth. The concept of a gang is not a foreign concept. What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk? You sitting here doxing people for what? Other than clicks, likes, views, subs, and money.
Mormon mission. There's just a lot here. A lot here.
It's not.
It's a lot of character. If I told you he was connected to Egypt and Israel, you wouldn't even believe me. So I'll skip that portion.
We don't care. It's funny how they're not putting Egypt and Israel on trial. Yeah, go figure. Even the criminal defense attorneys for Tyler Robinson is not calling in Egypt and Israel to testify. It's funny how they don't need Egypt or Israel to defend their client. Yeah, it's like the start of a bad joke. So Egypt, Israel, and Candace walked into a bar. Finish the rest. Fill in the blanks. Yeah. The state would like to call the entire nation of Egypt to the stand. And then a camel comes in. Can we get a picture for that? Oh, can we get a picture of a camel on the stand testifying with Israel Egypt on the front? And then we gotta have like a candle or something representing Israel. And then they're sitting on the stand. One can imagine that cross-examination is going to be something else. I'm trying to tell y'all, the entire nation of Egypt is going to be summoned to come to court. And then they send their best representative, the camel. Or a llama. You big one. Y'all, if you don't laugh at this boy, you be mad as hell with a headache. You can't make this up. You just sit up here doing all this nonsense. It is madness. It's madness. You are sitting here doxing people for the sake of what? More content? Candace. Why don't you just go to court? Why don't you give a breakdown of your motion to dismiss? You understand that probably would get more views and you would not get in legal trouble if you were to just go over your motion to dismiss and explain to your court why you really don't want to go to court. That's not the sign of somebody that wants to go to court by having a continuance 3 times and rescheduling the court hearing. 3 times now. It's been rescheduled. That's not the sign of somebody that is eager to go to court and get to the discovery phase, because heroes in a turtle shell, turtle power. You can't make this up. Was that Scientology cult member John? Probably. Who knows? John, come back where you at. We're looking for you in the chat. Man, it's just so stupid. Can't make this up. This is ridiculous, man. People need to report her to the FBI for real. And the local authorities. Whoever that lady is, she just showed, and all her relatives need to all report Candace to the FBI. Candace, you think people playing with your dumb ass? This needs to end here and now. People need to start putting their foot on her neck with the law and hold her accountable legally when she's out here committing cyber crimes. And because her and her dumb cult members don't know the law, whether it's in a book or AI, they can't sit here and get mad when you get hit with charges or a lawsuit. Just grow a spine and take it. But her little punk ass in here, why am I taking all these shots? Look how you shooting out. Look how you taking shots at people by doxing. Boy, that's so illegal.
The point is that we once again have these groups that are looking for troubled kids. Weird things happen. In later articles, Jennifer's father
Candace, why are you so boring? Like, you're not putting any effort into this at all. Girl, you still got to read your pre-recorded, pre-scripted teleprompter. You're not even trying, Candace. And you out here breaking the law. You're putting that woman's life in danger, and for what? For what? Last person she tried to dox, they told her flat out, you better leave me the hell alone.
Claimed that the gang was upset because he was going on this Mormon mission. The ward members would speak out denying that he was in a gang, which is rather curious because his older brother's not denying it, saying he fell into trouble, whatever. Just the entire story here, Mormons, gangs, it got me thinking. Because a while ago, I told you guys that I had connected with Courtney Love, and I'm talking a long time ago.
Oh my God. Candace. We're talking about Courtney Love that was dating Nirvana. Is it that one? You talked to Courtney Love, the one who dated Nirvana. Is she for real? Oh my God, Candace, you need to be 5150 and charged with doxing.
Back when Charlie was alive. And I had no idea. I told you.
It was just last year. He was alive last year, up until September 10th. Are you talking about Courtney Love that was with Nirvana? Is she still alive? What? Yeah, I can't believe she's trying to think. Candice, this is what happens when you try to think. She was his wife. That's what I'm saying. When did she talk to Courtney Love? And why? You just picking random people. She was married to Nirvana. You think Nirvana would have anything to do with you, Candice? I mean, God, Candice, were you reaching out to her to try to figure out how to beat an addiction or what? I mean, were y'all doing Adderall together?
What she was talking about when she was describing to me the Mormon Mafia. She kept saying it is an extension of the Zionist Mafia, the Mormon Mafia.
Oh, Lord. So these Mormons gonna ham in on you, Candice. Oh, they're gonna go ham in on you. I'm here for it. I don't even know, like, she just throwing out dumb shit now. Breaking whole laws, doxing people. You're going to incite violence and everything. You're going to send your cult members after these people that you sitting up here showing photographs for, talking about her dad, her mom, her grandparents, her sisters, all this crap. Meanwhile, you don't think people are going to be talking about you and your sisters? Candice, why don't you just do an expose on your damn self? Start with showing us either of your 2 degrees.
Truly, at this time, just could not process that information. And I go back now and I read those messages and I'm going,
oh
she
my
knew exactly
God.
what she was talking about, I think. Because now a very interesting picture is emerging. And that's why I'm speaking to you about this. A picture that I think is going to shock you, but we have to unpack it quite slowly. And I want to give you information overload today. So I just want you to park that in the back of your mind. Because I don't know about you, but I have not abandoned my deep sense that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
What does that have to do with Mormon stuff? You're talking about Mormon games and shit. Girl, what the hell? You just creating this stuff off the top of the head. This is the best you can do, Candice. So you're not going to be factual? You know you'd be better off just reading a book and telling us what you read. When are you going to deep dive into your background? Why don't you tell us about your sisters and your aunt that was on Facebook? When are you going to do that? Where is your mama and daddy? Your cousins. You say you got a big family? What are they? Why don't you tell us about them? Candice, why don't you tell us about your relatives that have ties to Jeffrey Epstein? When are you going to do that? Because I know I talked about it. The S-Files, shout out to my fantastic mods up in here. S-Files covered it. About your ties, your family ties to Epstein Island. When are you going to speak on that? No reply. If you're listening, I would love to do this expose tomorrow. I'll be ready if you are. Because Candice, you're bad at this. You're still bad at this. You are literally breaking the law, doxing this woman. We did not need to know any of that. All for you to sit here and go through that whole spiel just so you can come up with something called Mormon gang. All of that BS to be able to come up with something called a Mormon gang. So now your dumbass bots and cult members are going to be dropping Mormon gang in everybody's comments and videos. Have we seen any of these bots coming here yet talking about Mormon gang? Because gang.
She kept saying it is an extension of the Zionist Mafia, the Mormon Mafia. I truly,
Mormon Mafia,
at this time, just could not process that information. And I go back now and I read those messages and I'm going, she knew exactly what she was talking about, I think.
Courtney Love was high. What do you mean? Candace, like you, she was addicted to whatever substance, it was a variety of things. She did cocktails. Does she not know the history of Courtney Love? Y'all, how you gonna sit here and listen to somebody that did cocktails of drugs for many years? Cocktails of drugs. You forget who she was married to? And that's somebody you want to sit here and talk about. You can't talk about somebody that has not been high half their life. Okay.
Because now a very interesting picture is emerging, and that's why I'm speaking to you about this. A picture that I think is going to shock you, but we have to unpack it quite slowly. And I want to give you information overload today.
Oh
so
my
I just want you to
God.
park that in the back of your mind.
Hey, nigga,
Because
for
I don't know about you, but I have not abandoned my deep sense that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
What did any of that have to do, gang, have to do with Israel? Court calls Israel to the stand. And then, a tiny midget magic horse. Oh, yes. Y'all, can we get a photo of a camel representing Egypt on the stand and midget horse representing Israel on the stand? Can we get two of those photos, please? Oh my goodness, Candace. I'm about to clown the hell out of you on X. Oh my God, y'all hanging in there, hit that like button. You can't make this up. Candace, we about to get 2 brand new photos because of this BS. You doxing people. Oh, I hope the FBI comes for your ass. Oh man. Oh, that would be epic. We need a camel taking the stand representing Egypt and the tiny horse that Ben Shapiro rode on representing Israel. Oh my goodness, girl. Keep on.
But that the assassination took place in Mormon territory makes it curious.
You're just not figuring out the state of Utah has a lot of Mormons there. Why is that a new concept for you? This dumb alien act like she crash landed last month. Candace, you did not know there's a huge Mormon presence in the state of Utah? What the heck is wrong? Oh my God. Candace, why are you sitting here bringing up Mormons again? There was no point to the first part of this where you're doxing whole family members. All for you to go back to Israel did it. You could have just went back to the damn letter. Because you're so stupid. I'm not trying to give you ideas.
Curious perhaps until tomorrow when we begin to thread some interesting connections.
Yeah, because connections with Mormon gangs and Mormon mafias and Egypt and Israel and a camel toe and a llama. Oh, man. And the midget horse Ben Shapiro rode on. They're all going to testify in court because Candace said something and had a thought.
It's for you. Anyway, we will be right back.
Girl, if you don't get your bum ass on, you can make this stuff up. It's hard to listen to her. Yeah, I'm losing brain cells, Candace. Just can't make this up. Candace, I gotta laugh. I gotta laugh at something. Oh my God. Okay, y'all. I gotta I can do the rest tomorrow. I can't, man. I've lost 2 brain cells. I'm good. Then I gotta watch something challenging to make up for it. So let's see here. I want to do because we're gonna definitely do a couple Eda Marie videos tomorrow too. Oh my God. All right, y'all. Let's get this one. Oh. Y'all, shout out to Eda Marie. I am so here for this. All her videos with Candyland Biker Baby. Yeah, I'm so here for this. Can y'all see it? Oh my good grief. I can't believe it. This girl up here doxing whole family members talking about Samoans or something, Mormon mafia. Somebody went to jail and blah, blah, blah. It's like, what the hell? Oh, you can't make this stuff up. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the judge is going to sit here and just roast your ass one day. If y'all can hear it, the 4, please.
I need this new headband here. It's got flowers.
Ooh, what's got on there?
They're brown. Right.
Order me one too, will you, please? I'm here looking for some
Flower headband. Extra large.
Did you say what Jen, the producer, is going to
Oh,
spend?
don't get me started on Jen, the producer. The enemy.
For the enemy.
Enemy.
Oh,
Thank you for calling the Coalition of the Candies tip line, where we don't know, but we know. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I
Oh, what is the tip line? Oh, Lord. oh, yes. Oh, we should throw Candice in her tip line. Oh, let me start over. Oh man, this is so good. Oh, man.
Ow. I need this new headband here. It's got flowers.
What's got on there?
They're brown. Right.
Order me one too, will you, please?
Flower.
I'm here looking for some
Flower headband. Extra large. Did you say what Jen, the producer, is
Oh,
spinning
don't
over
get me
here?
started on Jen, the producer. The
Working for the enemy.
Enemy.
Thank you for calling the Coalition of the Candies tip line, where we don't know, but we know. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I have your name, social, blood type, and mother's maiden name?
I just called to give a tip. I'm not giving you all that.
Well, try calling back when you're ready to provide that.
They did him so wrong. They arrested
What do you mean?
him for no reason. He was arrested for no reason. Look at this. Look at this.
The madness. And
I know. It's probably her adrenal gland. They're all the way up.
Did you see that outfit?
Yes,
Chef's
it was.
kiss right there for that outfit. Thank you for calling the Coalition of the Candies tip line, where we don't know, but we know. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I have your name, mother's maiden name, social, date of birth, blood type?
You just sit here and think there was a time Candace didn't exist. What was life?
Thank you for calling the Coalition of the Candies tip line, where we don't know, but we know. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I have your full name, full social, date of birth, mother's maiden name, and your blood type, please?
Yes, my name is Jane Smith.
Okay.
And my mother's maiden name is Goldstein. Goldstein. Hello?
Your mother's maiden name is Goldstein.
Goldstein, yeah.
Try calling back when you have a different mother. Continue. What is your
This is Tyler Robinson. I just
She said, check out back when you have a different mother. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, this is so epic. Candace, try calling back when you get a different husband. Oh, my God. Oh, this is priceless. Oh, Edie Marie. I told y'all. Didn't I tell y'all? I said to her, I said, girl, you own to something. Keep at it. Keep at it. This will be a whole character on his own. Oh, man. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, Edie Marie, I'm so glad you're doing this.
Where we don't know, but we know. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I have your full name, full social, date of birth, mother's maiden name, and your blood type, please?
Yes, my name is Jane Smith.
Okay.
And my mother's maiden name is Goldstein. Goldstein. Hello?
Your mother's maiden name is Goldstein.
Goldstein, yeah.
Try calling back when you have a different mother. Continue. What is your
this is Tyler Robinson. I just want you to know that I actually did it. I did it.
Okay. Well, you know what?
And
Try calling back when you have something a little more concrete.
I did it.
Thank you.
I did it.
Yeah, this is Lance Twiggs. I have a signed
You have a
confession
signed confession?
from Tyler.
No,
I have him on camera saying
that
he
ain't
did
right.
it.
Something ain't right.
He
Do
did it.
better, okay?
Why
That's
don't
not
you-
what we rely on here.
He did
Thank
it.
you. You have a signed confession.
Yeah,
And what
signed-
are your vibrations telling you about that? Do you think it's accurate?
What do you mean? He confessed to doing
I know that he confessed verbally on camera, and he
I don't
gave you a
have any
signed
feeling
confession.
other than
but
I just wanted
how
to
are you
report
feeling
this.
about that? Do you feel like it's right?
I
or
don't
do you
know.
think that this
He
is
just
more
confessed. He's
fake?
covered in blood. He confessed
I
that he
understand.
did
He
it.
is the one who said it.
Charlie Kirk came to me in a dream last night and told me
We got a dreamer.
I'm dead. Y'all, I'm telling you, I said, call me back when you get a different mother. Oh my God. Ah, this is comedy gold. Oh man. That's how all the candy asses sound. Oh my God. Oh, Zoe said again. Oh yeah, let's go. We doing it again, y'all. Okay.
Ow. I need this new headband here. It's got flowers. Oh, what's it got on there? They're brown. Right. Order me one too, will you, please? Chocolate. I'm here looking for some flower headband. Extra large.
Did you say what Jen, the producer, is
Oh, don't get me started.
The looking for the enemy.
Enemy.
Oh. Thank you for calling the Coalition of the Candies tip line, where we don't know no, but we know no. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I have your name, social, blood type, and mother's maiden name?
I just called to give a tip. I'm not giving you all that.
Well, try calling back when you're ready to provide that.
They did him so wrong. You know, they arrested
What do you mean?
him for no reason. He was arrested for no reason. Look at this. Look at this.
Madness.
And
Candy,
I know. Jesus, probably her adrenal gland. They're all the way up.
Did you see that outfit?
That
chef's kiss right there for that outfit. Thank you for calling the Coalition of the Candies tip line, where we don't know no, but we know no. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I have your name, mother's maiden name, social, date of birth, blood type. Hello.
You ever just sit here and think there was a time Candace didn't exist? What was life?
Thank you for calling the Coalition of the Candies tip line, where we don't know no, but we know no. You can refer to me as Candyland Biker Babe 7000. You need to know my real identity. May I have your full name, full social, date of birth, mother's maiden name, and your blood type, please?
Yes, my name is Jane Smith.
Okay.
And my mother's maiden name is Goldstein. Goldstein. Hello?
Your mother's maiden name is Goldstein.
Goldstein, yes.
Try calling back when you have a different mother. Continue. What is your
This is Tyler Robinson. I just want you to know that I actually did it. I did it.
Okay. Well, you know what?
And
Try
I'm
calling back
confessing
when you
right
have
now.
something a little more
I
concrete.
did it.
Thank you.
I did it.
Yeah, this is Lance Twiggs. I have a signed
You have a
confession
signed confession?
from Tyler.
No,
I have him
no.
on camera saying
That
that
ain't
he did
right.
it.
Something ain't right. Do
He did it.
better, okay?
Why
That's
don't
not
you-
what we rely on here.
He did
Thank
it.
you. You have a signed confession. And what are your vibrations telling you about that? Do you think it's accurate?
What do you mean? He confessed to doing
I know that he confessed verbally on camera, and he
I don't
gave you a
have any
signed
feeling
confession.
other than I
But
just wanted
how
to
are you
report
feeling
this.
about that? Do you feel like it's right?
I don't
or do you
know.
think that
He
this is
just
more
confessed.
fetish?
He's covered in blood. He confessed
I
that he
understand.
did
He is the one who said it.
Charlie Kirk came to me in a dream last night and told me,
We got a dreamer.
Oh my God. Oh man. Oh, we got a dreamer. Oh man, it's the epic part of us. You tell somebody, call back when you get a different mother. Oh my God. Now y'all see why we horse half the time. Ooh, Jesus Christ. Oh, eat it. Oh my God. Can we do one more? Y'all hanging in there? Can we do one more? We've been going at it for 4 hours. Can we do one more? Do y'all mind? Can we do this one? This is her video on the cat is on the book of contradictions. Y'all mind we do this? Hit the phone. Oh my God, that was so funny. I got your photo, S-Files. Oh, y'all, it's gonna be epic. Okay, y'all can do one more. Cool. This is gonna be the last one, y'all. I promise. Shout out to Edie Marie, girl. Woo, child.
This looks great, right? Maroon is not exactly a highly ranked color. All right, you guys, happy Thursday. Look alive. Ugh. Look more alive than I currently feel today. I'm actually exhausted. My daughter Louise woke us up at 4 a.m. this morning. This was the emotional asset. A little soon. She does this thing, probably say 3 times a week, where she sort of creates a crisis. It's just, that's so dumb. I'm so tired of dumb. Gathers a search party that consists of just her father. That's not how that works, because she says that she loses her squishmallow on her face yesterday. It's caused more drama in my household, in the Farmer household, than probably anything else. No, she loses it at obscure times. That's not when toddlers at the age of 3 wake up. And then she gets really upset. Her sleep-trained toddler. And she bursts into her room and she says, Daddy, who should be in the REM stage of sleep, can't find my squishmallow. I'm convinced this is a full-blown fed operation. And every single time he finds the squishmallow, we were convinced that we had somehow manifested that, which is always conveniently just like right next to her bed, to let you know that I'm done with it. You. So last night she did one of these things at 4 a.m. in the morning. Somebody make that make sense.
You're an idiot.
Howdy there, neighbors. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Edie. I hope you're all having a fantastic weekend. What you been doing? Tell me everything. I laid out for several hours today, hence the wig. I couldn't be bothered to do my hair, mainly because I wanted to wear this wig. So anyway, it was so hot out. I had the mist on the entire time. I also had my hose. You know, when we were little, because we didn't have a pool or anything. I mean, we had the community pool, but days we couldn't go. We would just say, do you want to go outside and spray each other with a hose? Best time ever. Millennials. I know that on Wednesday in Bible study, we toyed with the idea of doing a live stream for my birthday last night. Well, I'm just going to be completely transparent. I was not in a good way yesterday. My mood didn't improve until late evening when I saw my Jackie. I was on vacation, but it's fine. Seeing her just made everything better, but I was not in a good way. It would not have been fun for everybody. We will have a party later, but today we will just do a little post birthday chat. And we're going to chit chat about candy cane and look at the latest kerfluffle she's gotten herself into. What is this little kerfluffle? I love it.
Such a kerfluffle.
Do you like my halter? $5 t-shirts from Walmart. Easy peasy. 10 minutes. If you want a video on how I make them, let me know. I'll post it. Secondly, special shout, because you know I love my people. Listen, just don't mess with my people.
I know.
And you and I will be fine.
Oh.
You and I will be fine. You especially don't want to mess with them right now, because the stage of life that I'm in, I feel pre-salvation Edie just trying to claw her way through. But no, because
girl, you ain't never lied. See? We were watching Erika Kirk tonight, and I was just saying, Lord, keep us near the cross. Because, you know, if you don't laugh at Candice, you're going to have a headache. And yes, she's still breaking the law. But we had to make some comedy out that video. Because if not, I feared that I would not get my brain cells back, that I lost listening to her say anything. Candace Owens is retarded. An absolute moron and lawless, because she wouldn't want her siblings to be put out there along with her parents and her cousins, her grandparents. She don't want people doing exposés on her, but it probably should just be done by now and in double time. I mean, hammer time. Meanwhile, she's sitting here hiding behind a motion to dismiss with 2 lawsuits in her lap. And she brought them upon herself. Boy, it takes everything within me to keep from going back to my pre-salvation Lady Luck Club days. When I say ether, a soul or two, honey, child. Ether. Oh my God. Candice, I have not ethered you yet. You have no idea what that's like.
Jesus is Lord. And Holy Spirit says, no, girl, reel it in. But to feel her. And she was not a pretty person. Don't tangle with my people. Mess with them, okay? You don't want to anger me, especially at this phase of my life. I just need one more push for Street Edie to be back in full effect. We're going to be reacting to Benjamin's video that he made, the obscure moderator. Shout out. You know I love you. Before we get into that.
Oh.
Special shout out to Nathan from Milk Bar TV.
Hi,
you guys know that I'm obsessed with Nathan. I strive to be on his level when it comes to editing. He's brilliant. He graciously agreed, if you weren't in Bible study on Wednesday, you missed this announcement, to join Candyland Biker Babe 7000 and
an anger management exposure therapy session.
Yes!
That took place on Thursday. It was hilarious. Nathan,
Oh,
thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. That guy is mad busy, and he's got that mess happening with Andrew Tate. So everyone please go and subscribe to Milk Bar TV and like and share his stuff. He's absolutely fantastic.
oh my
I mean,
God.
his content is everywhere. Everyone uses it. That's how good it is.
Yep.
So please go give him a like, a follow, a subscribe, all the things. And stay tuned for the full session. I posted a teaser on X today. Full
Oh my
session
God.
should be up and running.
Oh, did you? What the? Where is it? Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, Lord, we thank you. Oh my God, where is it? How did I miss that? Oh my God. Oh my God. Where is it? Where is it? She said she put a teaser out. Oh, dear. Is it under Biker Babes X account? Can someone tag me in that again one more time, please? Please, 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 please. Oh, good Lord. Okay, let's finish this up and we'll go back to that. Oh, yes.
By Friday, Saturday of next week. By the way, she has her own X account now. No one can be helped.
She does.
There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. She's there. She was posting all day today. So they cover everyone.
Oh my God.
Everyone being Jay Witt, Artie Trolls, Lady Luck Club, Jackson Wright, Bronson, and Gary from Paramount Tactic. Jen, the producer, you're not safe either. Like, good times. Okay. Let's watch the obscure moderators video that I absolutely love.
I want you to listen to this now with new ears in retrospect. And if you see a clue, I want you guys to shout at the screen. Say, a clue, a clue. Let's listen. There are more clues. There's always more clues in every episode. Because then when we go backward and we pay attention to things that Erika told us, we begin to re-examine what I now deem to be an objectively unintelligible story. All right, you guys, happy Thursday. Look alive. Look more alive than I currently feel today. I'm actually exhausted because the kids are still a bit jet lag. And my daughter Louise woke us up at 4 a.m. this morning. That's not when toddlers at the age of 3 wake up, okay? These are sleep-trained toddlers, okay? Because she does this thing. It's like a repeat pattern, I'd probably say 3 times a week, where these are sleep-trained toddlers, okay? Where she sort of creates a crisis and gathers a search party that consists of just my husband, her father, 3-year-old kid, who should be in the REM stage of sleep. Toddlers knock out. And she loses, because she says that she loses, her squishmallow. Okay. But the implication is that's what woke up her 3-year-old daughter at 2:45 in the morning. Okay, so in case you guys don't know what a squishmallow is, here it is. I'm going to show you the strawberry squishmallow. Believe it or not, this little ball of squish has caused more drama in my household, in the farmer household, than probably anything else, because I'm starting to get a feeling that there might have been another reason the daughter woke up and stick with me. Maybe there's noise.
Dear CIA, when will you ever sue Candice for using this logo without your permission for her to earn a profit? She is making money off of you. This should not be something she should be able to do, because that means everyone should be able to do it. If this isn't impersonating, I don't know what is. She literally calls herself an investigator, and she has CIA logoed merch. The average reasonable person would think that she is impersonating a CIA federal investigator. Meanwhile, she's talking about FedSlop. So why are you using any federal government agency's logo on your merchandise? Make it make sense. No, it's FedSlop when you're lying like hell about a murder. But any other time, you cool with using their logo. Who walks around talking about, I don't trust the government, but yet I'm going to put a federal government agency's logo on my merchandise? Why would you need to do that if you have creativity? I'm just saying. I'm just asking questions. Why would you need to use the CIA logo on your merch if you don't trust the feds if you don't trust the government? Why can't you just come up with your own logo? That's what's so crazy here. Good night, Mindy. Have a good one, honey. We almost done. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're almost done. Hopefully you catch the rest in the replay. But I'm just trying to figure out who does that. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the Fed slop. But let me put this federal government logo on my merch and sell it. The candy asses don't even question this at all. Like her loathing TPUSA, but then said 3 times in 3 different videos that she wants to be on their payroll or to get a retainer for their PR. To work for them for public relations. She wants to be put on a monthly retainer or to be put on payroll. Why? Because you know they're going to sue you, Candace. They're going to sue the ever-living crap out of you. You're out of your mind if you think they're going to put you on payroll or give you a monthly retainer to do shit. And I said it. But no. Let's sit here and say, I can't stand the feds. I don't trust the feds. But I'm going to create all this merch using the feds logo. Never mind federal laws that says that you cannot do that. That is illegal. You don't have their permission and you're making a profit. Why don't the candy asses go ask your dumbass cult leader, why are you using the CIA logo? I thought you didn't trust the government. But you're going to use them to make money on a logo they did not give you permission to use. So are you too stupid to come up with your own logo, Candace? Because you're not an investigator. Impersonation is also a felony. All this happening in broad daylight. Where the CIA at?
Maybe an argument. Maybe there was an argument. That would make more sense to me, especially when we add in how she concludes that portion by telling us that she loses it at obscure times and then she gets really upset and she bursts into her room and she says, Daddy, I can't find my squishmallow. And every single time he gets up and he finds the squishmallow, which is always conveniently just like right next to her bed, fell right next to her bed. And so last night she did one of these things at 4 a.m. in the morning. She did the little hand. It's always this, so we know she's really serious and upset. And it's, Daddy, I can't find my squishmallow. Last night it was her bracelet. And they're all awake. It's 2:45 a.m. in the morning. I don't know what's going on. And at 4 a.m. he just gets up and he goes and he deals with it. So anyways, that's what's going on in my household. So I'm a little tired.
Candace, all you're doing is complaining about your 3 or 4-year-old getting up in the middle of the night wanting a pillow. And guess what? You're not getting up helping to find it. So that makes you a shitty ass parent. Can make this up.
Today, I immediately clocked that. Oh, what's that in the chat? People are saying a clue. Did you guys see clues?
Thank you, Benjamin, for allowing me to use this video. I asked him ahead of time if I could. And he said yes. This woman can't be that dumb. Right?
Yes.
She cannot be that dumb.
Oh, she is.
She cannot have that bad of a memory to not remember what she said just a few short months ago. Also, it's not just something she said in passing. She really focused on it.
Exactly.
Made a big deal out of it. Said something else, how to have woken Gigi up. Use the child's name. Gross. You're so gross, by the way.
Exactly.
Said there had to be a knock 'em dead argument to wake her up. Because toddlers never wake up. They're sleep-trained toddlers. And she should have been in the REM stage of sleep. I was going to say, how do you know what time Gigi went to sleep to determine if she should have been in the REM stage of sleep? But then I remembered that she has stalkers living in Erika's complex. So she probably has the place bugged. Erika, let's get somebody to do a sweep. Okay. Someone to do a sweep. Especially if they're sleep trained. Granted, Gigi woke up at 2:45 and Candace's little girl woke up at 4 a.m. Not that big of a difference. And you say she does this frequently. I'm going to handle this the way Candace would handle it. So you're telling me that your toddler just wakes up at 4 a.m. frequently and creates a crisis. Right off the bat, I'm thinking histrionic personality disorder. So sorry, Candyland peeps. She didn't do her daughter any favors just now. You're creating.
Hold on. Did she say they argue 3 times a week? I missed that. Candace, how did George get that black eye? What did she say? They argue 3 times a week. That's a lot of stuff going on in that house. What the?
Right next to her bed. And so last night she did one of these things at 4 a.m. in the morning. She did the little hand. It's always this, so we know she's really serious and upset. And it's, Daddy, I can't find my Squishmallow. Last night it was her bracelet, and they're all awake. It's 2:45 a.m. in the morning. I don't know what's going on. And at 4 a.m. he just gets up and he goes and he deals with it. So anyways, that's what's going on in my household. So I'm a little tired today.
Wouldn't you be tired every day, you dumbass girl? You said this happens every night. Wouldn't you be tired every day? No one told you to pull them out of daycare and homeschool when you can barely speak English. You think you would want to put them back in so they can get socialized? Those kids are going to be so... Oh, my God. They're not going to know how to interact with other people. You got those kids at home essentially all day, every day. You cannot be homeschooling when you can't pronounce the word beret or bureau or accolades or rhetoric. You should not want to teach anybody. Once again, you're not creative enough to even come up with your own logo. You have to cop the CIA logo and then weaponize it to make money from it. But you did not get their permission. This is what I mean by being held accountable. The CIA should be suing her for this. They should have issued one warning. Stop using the CIA logo. You do not have our permission to do that. Plus, you're making money off of it. We got to say this again. We're going to say it with a lawsuit. The hell?
I immediately clocked that. Oh, what's that in the chat? People are saying a clue. Did you guys see clues?
Thank you, Benjamin, for allowing me to use this video. I asked him ahead of time if I could. He said yes.
I don't know. What can you say?
This woman can't be that dumb, right? She cannot be that dumb. She cannot have that bad of a memory to not remember what she said just a few short months ago. Also, it's not just something she said in passing. She really focused on it, made a big deal out of it, said something else had to have woken Gigi up. Use the child's name. Gross. You're so gross, by the way. Said there had to be a knock 'em dead argument to wake her up. Just couldn't just... Because toddlers never wake up. They're sleep-trained toddlers. And she should have been in the REM stage of sleep. I was going to say, how do you know what time Gigi went to sleep to determine if she should have been in the REM stage of sleep? But then I remembered that she has stalkers living in Erika's complex. So she probably has the place bugged. Erika, let's get somebody to do a sweep. Okay. Someone to do a sweep. Especially if they're sleep trained. Granted, Gigi woke up at 2:45 and Candace's little girl woke up at 4 a.m. Not that big of a difference. And you say she does this frequently. I'm going to handle this the way Candace would handle it. So you're telling me that your toddler just wakes up at 4 a.m.
I know.
Frequently.
They all do.
Creates a crisis. Right off the bat, I'm thinking histrionic personality disorder. So sorry, Candyland peeps. She didn't do her daughter any favors just now. You're creating a crisis. You're storming in unannounced. You're doing violent movements with your hands. Oh my word. This is violent, right, Candace? Violent. Like, you need to take it down a notch, baby. Take it down a notch. And then she forces you all out of bed. Or excuse me, she forces George out of bed. Now come to think of it, she probably doesn't even disturb Candace because she goes into George's room. I'm reading into things. You say she does this frequently. That's not good. That's weird. That's strange. What's happening at 4 a.m. in your household, Candace, to wake this child up in a tizzy, clearly with anxiety? What are you guys doing in there? That doesn't make any sense. Sleep-trained toddlers sleep through the night. Just like no moms ever eat cereal at 10 p.m. They don't do that. Mothers never do that. They never eat past 7. Mothers never eat past 7, especially not cereal. Sleep-trained toddlers do not wake up at that time. They don't do that. So things are suspicious now, Candace. Okay. That has nothing to do with this. I'm actually grossed out that Candace even brought her kids into the mix. But she doesn't care about her children. Clearly, she went to Dollywood after a hit was put out on her life. Okay. Couple things. I've already said a couple things. I'll say a couple more. This sweatshirt makes me want to vomit. Shabbat shalom, daddy's home. And you're telling me this wasn't deliberate. It's deliberate. And it went perfectly with her story. Listen, this woman doesn't do anything on a whim. She's calculated in everything that she does. She's like Satan, a sickly, sadistic
serpent. She chose the Shabbat Shalom Daddy's Home t-shirt and then made a point to tell a story wherein her daughter is able to go in and wake her daddy up to help her find something. You're telling me that wasn't deliberate? Gigi's not able to go wake Charlie up. She will never be able to do that again. And Candace knows this.
And that's the thing. There are 2 kids here that will never see their father again. 2. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. They're gonna have to look at all of this and be like, what was the deal? Why? They're gonna think, like the rest of us, Candace either hated their father or was in love with him and mad. Period. They're gonna watch her videos one day and say, oh, she really hated our daddy. Either that, or somehow he pissed her off and she ain't like it. Meanwhile, they still don't want to read. Like, this is ridiculous. They don't have a father to come home to that will come home to them to help them look for any toy. Meanwhile, Candace could give a rat's ass if she talking about they having arguments 3 times a week. Do you understand how much arguing that is? That's a lot of argument. I wouldn't put it past her if they did. Because how did George get a black eye, Candace? You know he wanted us to know that. You know George wanted us to see that black eye. Any other time, he probably would have been discreet. For him to be walking through an airport and you've got a boot on your foot, unless you faking it until you made it. And he's got a black eye and he's not covering it up. He wasn't wearing any shades, no makeup, no nothing. You know something's going on. If he wanted us to see this, any other time, he probably would have went out of his way to cover it up. Just like he tried to cover up the fact that he got a DUI 3 years ago. Crashed your truck into the earth while you were well over, 2 times the limit for blood alcohol content? See, when we start digging into Candace and all of a sudden, oh, they're attacking me for speaking up. No, we're just giving you a taste of your own medicine. Can't take the heat. Get your dumb ass out the kitchen. This is insane. These kids should not have to be subjected to this crap. They're already getting death threats, kidnapping threats from her stupid ass cult members. And now you're sitting here talking about they shouldn't be waking up. You don't take care of those kids. She is literally a control freak. Candace wants to control the narrative and control people's lives. Like they're supposed to do what she say do. The audacity. But yet your kid wakes up in the middle of the night because that's what toddlers do. And all of a sudden, I'm pretty tired today. You should be tired every damn day. Doesn't she get up every night? You're not even helping to look for her. George is doing it. Yeah, because, she's so submissive and all.
And she took pleasure in telling this story, even though it made her seem really lazy. Like, get up and find the squishmallow. Okay? Get up and be part of the search party, which, by the way, a search party consists of multiple people. That's why it's called a party. Otherwise, it's just a search partner. George is her search partner because you can't be bothered to get out of bed. Where's the night nanny? That sweatshirt is atrocious. Anyone who bought one, you guys should be ashamed of your... I would destroy it. Don't donate it. Destroy it. Brandon Tatum, you are also atrocious for printing that sweatshirt. He went bananas on Tucker Carlson, like yelling at the screen. He's sick. Where is that fire when it comes to this lunatic? I want to know what Candace has on these people. I've made it my mission to find out what she has on them. It's got to be something juicy on each one for them to be so terrified of her. She's not terrifying. She has an email tip box that she writes emails to. She can't pronounce anything. Why are you scared of her? Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Expose them. Also, she has a hat.
Brandon Tatum does not want to lose money with his punk ass. And yet he's still riding on the coattails of Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. Erika Kirk, I know you want to do the right thing, but using discernment is doing the right thing. It's also biblical. We need to use wisdom in all things. Use your discernment. If God is giving you the spirit of discernment to be able to detect what's going on with somebody, see if they're coming in, to try to destroy you or to build you up or to help you out, use that discernment God gave you. She doesn't owe Brandon Tatum anything. Erika Kirk does not owe that clown a damn thing. And it's disgraceful to keep saying you're friends with Erika Kirk and you were friends with Charlie Kirk after saying you barely knew Erika Kirk. And you can't call Candace out because, yeah, she's helping me make all this dumb money. All money is not good money. Everything that glitters isn't gold. This is insane. So his little punk ass will never call her out, even though he could. And he should. It's like they just sit here and fake it till they make it.
On her website, it's MACA. Okay. She said it stands for Make America Christian Again, but on her website, and Artie actually did a fantastic video on this, in the description of the hat, it says Make America Candace Again. Yep. But the hat is a C and it has a cross on it. She blasphemes the living God every single day of her life. She has a God complex. She thinks she is God. She's a God unto herself. She doesn't know the living God. She doesn't know Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, who is God incarnate, born of a virgin, walked this earth sinless, tempted as we are, but never sinned, took a sinner's punishment, a punishment that we are all worthy of because we're all sinners, worthy of death and hell. There is no one good, no, not one. And Jesus Christ willingly laid down his life. Nobody took it from him. He laid it down and took a horrible punishment that was long, brutal, agonizing, humiliating. And then he was put into a tomb. And on the third day, that tomb was empty because he resurrected in body from the dead. And people testified to seeing him and being with him. And he ascended to the right hand of the Father where he now reigns, and he's coming back soon. Sorry, my hair got in my mouth. She doesn't know the living God. Make America Candace again. When was it Candace to begin with? She's so gross.
Exactly.
And everyone who follows her, they are a scary bunch. Like, it's frightening how deluded they are and how easily they fell for this perverse and rebellious woman's charm. She is wicked and vile. Yeah. The things that come out of her mouth are vulgar and disgusting. And all of her followers who are part of the cult, they are just as bad.
Crazy.
Praise God that I am no longer a Candy. I was a Candy. When she was at the Daily Wire, I tuned in every day, thought she was fantastic. Stopped tuning into her after October 7th and the anti-Semitism started rearing its ugly head. But then after Charlie was killed, I started watching her again, but it didn't take but a few episodes for me to see that she'd completely lost all of her marbles. Or I don't think she had the marbles to begin with. Praise God. There's help for you. Help is available. Group therapy meets all the time. I don't know what else to say about this. It's sad and embarrassing for Candace. Like, the internet is forever. Oh, by the way, if Erika had made this mistake, slipped up this way, this woman would be, oh my. I'm going to go now, hang out with my puppies. I love you all very much, and I will see you Monday. Bye.
Oh, that was epic. That was epic. Oh, man. I'm glad more people are really going in on this. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Can y'all see this? Let me hold on. Thank you so much, Mindy. One of y'all tag me. Mindy tagged me in. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, this is awesome. Make sure you all are following Candyland Biker Babe. Oh, this is going to be so good. I'm so here for this. Oh, my God. I'm so happy. All right, y'all ready? Are you ready in the chat? Shout out to Milk Bar TV. Thank you so much for your great content and for enduring the pain and agony of listening to Candice to edit those videos. We love you, Milk Bar TV. Let's get to it. Session 2.
Nathan, thank you so much for joining us in this anger management session. As you know, Biker Babe who still refuses to tell anyone her real name, is going through exposure therapy.
Exposure therapy, right?
Because she's
Exposure
been
therapy.
having a lot of
Exposure to
anger
wicked
regarding
yes.
everyone's
attacks,
continued attacks of
the truth seeking
Candace
speaking
Owens
angel,
Farm.
delicate chocolate
And
flower.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, that's gonna be so good. I told y'all this is taking off. Oh, Edie, I'm so proud of you. Oh, you gotta let me be your manager. When you go viral, I want to be your manager. Oh, epic. I'm so excited. I am so excited. This is so good. This is the type of comedy we need right now in the world today. This is the comedy we need right now. Oh my God, y'all. Did y'all hear that, man? That was epic. And he's sitting there like just ready. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's get in the supers. I got supers. Yay. Oh, thank you, Susie Q, for the 10. Thank you, Juju, for gifting the LLC membership. 1, 2, 3 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cece, for gifting 5 LLC memberships. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. You guys want information on admissibility for evidence, the criminal procedure. That is a reputable website. You can also read law books. Shout out to I think she mad at me. You can read law books too, because laws are laws. Thank you so much, March on, for the 20. So happy to see all of you here, Miss LLC. If I may share, it's been 5 years since my precious wife Annie went to be with our Lord. She was such a happy and jovial person, just like you. Thank you for letting me share that. Thank you. And that warms my heart to hear that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I do. I really do. You guys have no idea how good it feels to know someone is being blessed out there, even if it is to brighten your day and to know that you guys are laughing and have a good time. I'm just honored to be a part of it all. I really am. Thank you so much for the $20 super and for the support. I truly appreciate it. You guys know it. And shout out to you again for the $10 super. Oh my goodness. In Spanish, they would call me a budo. My wife wanted me to dance. Hold on. Wanted me to dance to our favorite music. So me and the kids did so. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you feeling comfortable to share this stuff with us. I appreciate it. And your wife sounds like she was just a beautiful person. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Juju, for the LLC membership again. Thank you, Mindy, for becoming a member. Gave 6 months. The police sergeant is witness in the TR case, LLC. So you're out here doxing witnesses that's set to testify, Candace. We didn't need to know anything beyond her name. We certainly did not need to know anything about her relatives. Y'all see the post I did on X? Thought I was playing. Now, hopefully, prosecutors file something to the courts against Candace for intimidating witnesses. That's a felony. Witness intimidation, witness tampering of any sort is a felony. You call yourself trying to dox somebody that is a witness in this murder trial? That's a crime. You putting them out there, doxing their relatives, and for what? We don't need to know who their relatives are in order for them to testify. But she did this stuff on purpose. It's like she's trying to say, I know who you are, who your people are. You go to court to testify, you might want to change up what you're saying. It's insane. So hopefully the prosecutor gets tagged in and intervenes. Unbelievable. Witness tampering is a felony. Pure and simple. Well, I hope they just put a gag order on Candice and then she dares to violate it so they can lock her dumb ass up. Candice, I dare you to go to court to try to intimidate a witness. I dare you. You're doing all this big shit on the internet. I dare you go to court and try that. Boy, this is something else. Thank you so much, Nikki, for being a new member. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. If you guys have received memberships from Juju, from Mindy, CC, please make sure you show them some love and thank them for gifting these memberships. You all, hope you guys enjoy them and the great content we have in the members only. I try my best to put exclusive information there for you guys to have. I appreciate that. Oh my God, I can't believe she up here intimidating witnesses. Thank you so much, Angie, for renewing your membership here for 2 months. Thank you so much. This is, what is this? A gift? 2 gems? Sparkles? This is my first time seeing this. Thank you so much. Is this like a super chat? Oh, thank you. 100. 2 more gems. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is my first time on that. Candice, keep on intimidating witnesses. That judge will put you in your place, rightfully so. And I dare you violate the court order. Witness tampering is a felony. That is wholly illegal.
Nathan, thank you so much.
Make sure you all go support Edie Marie and Milk Bar TV on X as well as YouTube. Fantastic. Edie Marie, girl, you're doing it. You're doing it. You're making it happen. And we're here for it. Thank y'all so much for the support. Hit the like button. Make sure you guys hype the videos up once it's done. That way you can tell YouTube, we love Lady Luck and we want more of it. And the Candy Asses cult members can kiss my ass still. I don't care how you feel. So we'll be back at it tomorrow, you guys. Thank you all. Make sure you look out for the announcements. Wednesday, we will have Jared with Continue Freedom. And hopefully on Thursday, I can get some things finalized for another guest to come up and speak with us here in the LLC and go from there. Until the next one, you guys, be good. Thank you so much. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.